When I'm Ebili malo when I walk, the way I go. Never Mariamu begwani mwa na mama sibili Deziani Mamuna namo Mariamu rakani mwa na mama sibili Ebilio Nibiri bueno zon Yego keniza babati bobo yibo Atazia Namu nanamu
Greetings everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever you are. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to be going through the headlines. I hope you all can hear me. So sometimes people don't hear me and I don't know, so it's good I check. So yeah, we're going to be covering some of the headlines of the week, including what was going on in the US regarding the peace deal, what happened with the Diezani court hearing, and that of what's going on in South Africa that we've been hearing about. Also, we'll be covering some of the other news of the week, especially concerning Nigeria, when we talk about the insecurity situation in the country. And I hope you all can join me. I don't want to do a lot of talking today because there is no a lot of bandwidth for that today. All right. So now, the spirit of the conversation shall be had in the purpose is for learning. The purpose is to teach, and the purpose is to search for deeper understanding of the topics we discuss. And what it is not for is to discriminate against any group. Don't feel like you are being attacked. Sometimes some people will say things that may not come across as being quite civil. So don't take it personal. It's just a way that we discuss and a way of, for that individual to make their point. Because that's why they join the channel, you see. They join to have conversations and learn, teach, and share with others, whatever the subject matter is. So let's not, read too much meaning into some of the submissions of some people that will join the channel today. So I will start with the news headline, the Diezani case that happened in the UK. Let me play that so you guys can see. Let's play that now.
Versa, former Nigerian Minister of Petroleum Resources, Diezani Alison-Madueke, has been acquitted of all bribery charges following several weeks of trial at Southwark Crown Court in London. A jury on Wednesday found the 65-year-old former oil minister not guilty on 5 counts of accepting bribes and 1 count of conspiracy to commit bribery. The verdict was reached after more than 46 hours of deliberation. Alison-Madueke, who served as Nigeria's petroleum minister between 2010 and 2015, was charged by the United Kingdom's National Crime Agency, NCA, in 2023. Prosecutors alleged that she received £100,000 in cash, luxury gifts, chauffeur-driven services, and private jet flights from individuals connected to energy companies while in office. At the time, Alison-Madueke wielded significant influence over the award of government oil contracts, and in 2014 became the first woman to serve as president of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. During the trial, she firmly denied all allegations, maintaining that she never solicited or accepted bribes. Our defense team argued that some of the gifts and services cited by prosecutors reflected Nigeria's culture of gift-giving rather than corrupt dealings. The court also heard claims that the former minister had been target of a sustained smear campaign by individuals opposed to reforms aimed at increasing competition within Nigeria's oil sector. In related verdict, Alison-Madueke's brother, Doye Agama, was found not guilty of one count of conspiracy to commit bribery, while Nigerian oil industry executive Olatimbo Ayinde was cleared of 2 bribery charges.
All right, that's the Diezani case. They are talking about just gift giving in Nigeria. That's the purpose of, I don't know, man, how they can lose that case against that lady, because I was almost 100% convinced that she did something very, very bad when she was in office. But it's all right. The rich people always have a way of getting away with these things. Let me play some news about what's going on in South Africa.
My attention as well. It's our artists. Majority of South African artists perform on the continent, and many of them are seeing their gigs being cancelled. So that's another impact of the work, because they benefit quite a lot. They perform on live performance events and everything. So they are receiving a thing. We've not been able to work together. So we'll definitely work together with arts and culture to understand the impact for them to get. But one artist did reach out to me to say all her gigs were cancelled on the continent. She was meant. This is an income lost by South Africa.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. This is South Africa's Minister of Justice, Mamoloko Kubayi, sharing how South Africans are now basically getting the negative ripple effects of the actions of the Dudula xenophobic South Africans. Quick context for those who are not aware: for a good couple of weeks now, South Africans, not all, but a good number of them, have been demanding for quote-unquote foreigners to leave their country. And by foreigners, they mean their fellow African brothers and sisters. It got so violent that they started putting hands on some Africans on the street, and unfortunately some of them lost their lives, including some South Africans that were mistaken to be foreigners. So slowly tension has been rising on the continent, as a lot of Africans obviously are not pleased by what is happening to their brothers and sisters in South Africa. Countries had to send down flights to pick up their citizens. Nigerians, for example, sent down a flight to pick up Nigerians. Ghanaians did the same. So there's been a lot of trying to rescue foreigners, quote unquote, out of South Africa, non-South African Africans. And all of this has gotten to the point where non-South African Africans have decided that since South Africans don't want to see and treat them like their brothers and sisters anymore, they too are going to be matching energy, to the point where now during the World Cup, Africans have unanimously, both home and abroad, decided that they are not going to be supporting South Africa during this World Cup. They are going to be supporting anyone, any team playing against the Bafana team. And they did that recently with the game South Africa had with Mexico. Leading international viewers, especially the Mexicans, shocked, because why are Africans supporting them and not their South African brothers and sisters? But slowly these questions were answered by people who did a little bit of research into the topic. So now I guess, as this creator puts it, our dirty linen is outside.
So yesterday, I went viral in Mexico. I also went viral in Nigeria, most parts of Africa, for most of the things I was doing outside the stadium for the Mexico-South Africa game. And very, very importantly, some people started asking me questions that, they asked you why Nigerians are supporting Mexico, and you didn't want to talk about the whole xenophobia, Afrophobia, whatever I want to call it. And the truth now, say, in those communities, because I knew it was a Mexican channel, I didn't want to bring our African dirty linen outside. Do you understand? So the way I use package I said, historically and culturally, we and Mexicans have a lot of things in common. Outside the stadium that day, while asking like Mexican fans, both even the small ones that are children, bro, they are telling you that the one country that they wish they can knock out of this tournament is United States of America, because of how that country treats their citizens, always pushing them out, immigration, setting up a big wall, deportation, and all those things. And is that not what we are feeling right now?
So Africans deciding to not support South Africa during this World Cup has led to a lot of international eyeballs being placed on our continent right now, and they are learning about xenophobia happening in South Africa, which has resulted in a lot of these non-African countries to now start warning their citizens against wanting to go vacation or visit South Africa because of insecurity. So to say South Africa's PR at the moment is not good is an understatement, both locally and internationally. And it is now affecting their artists, as we have learned from the Minister of Justice.
You see, these are some of the ripple effects that these people are not thinking about. I don't know whether they are not thinking about it or they have just chosen to ignore the whole thing. They forget that the same way people are coming to their country to conduct business, to look for opportunities and all of that, is the same way there are people out there, or their people are going out there to look for opportunities.
This was never going to end well for South African people. Hence why I was wondering at the initial stage when the xenophobic madness started, why their governments were not saying anything. Why were they not taking a strong stance against what the xenophobic South Africans were doing or are doing?
So this whole time when March for March and Operation Dudula was screaming, go back to your country, we don't want you, we don't want your resources, you're here to steal our jobs, you're here. All of that time, the South African celebrities that were keep quiet, it turns out you needed African money, it turns out you need African support. Oh my goodness, who would have thought? So all of this time, you were quiet. You didn't come out to say, South Africans, this is messed up. You could have said, South Africans, this is messed up. You didn't even have to mean it. You could have just lied and come out and say, South Africans, this is messed up. We don't want you to do this when batong. We know pig food, we're pig food, but we have to act. No. You did it. What the were y'all thinking was going to happen? Y'all were going to do all of this and then you were going to come to Zimbabwe and do your... After that, you were going to go to Uganda. Oh, no. You were definitely going to go to Nigeria. Oh, you're going to have a crowd doing... Oh, my goodness. Oh. What the did you think was going to happen? No, let's honestly be serious. How did you guys see this playing out? You were done chasing everyone out of your countries and then you were going to go to their countries to go and sing and dance for them so they could pay you and enjoy your music. You actually thought that was something that was going to happen. When not, just start giving the South Africans money, let them perform at home. Your artist came out, one of your people came out and said, yeah, I need to cancel Zimbabwean artists because South African talent needs to flourish. Let it flourish at home. This is your opportunity for it to flourish. Why are you going out flourishing? You stay in your country and develop your own music industry.
And while all of that is happening, some South Africans are protesting because now that the Operation Dudula people have driven quote-unquote foreigners, Africans out of their countries, a good number of South Africans no longer have a job because they were employed by these Africans, the quote-unquote foreigners that were driven out of the country. So they had to shut their businesses down. And now these South Africans are on the street protesting for the foreigners to be brought back so they can have their jobs back.
Our bosses are going to close the factories. Where are we going to eat? Exactly nothing. But Africans are lazy, mama.
Yo, that's a big statement. That's a big statement to make, yeah?
We are here today. We're trying to save our jobs.
Are you local? Are you local?
We are locals.
And how are you losing your job?
We are losing our jobs because when they are taking the foreigners away, that's the foreigners who are giving us jobs. Yes.
So we
won't have jobs.
Which are you in the clothing factories? Yeah.
Yes, we are in the clothing factories.
So I say that.
No, that's a joke. Hold on. All right. So let's play this other one of a Nigerian that was being basically harassed in his shop in South Africa. And I really am kind of proud of the way the Nigerian handled the matter. Let's play it.
I created an opportunity for about 20-something South Africans who are working here in the country.
We don't want any foreigner to run any business here, including you. So today you're closing.
I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have the legal documents. I'm looking for the director for the government. If the government insists that I should close my shop and go, it's coming from the government direction. I will close and go.
So you are ignoring this organization?
I'm not ignoring the organization, but at the end of the day, the organization stated that they are chasing illegal immigrants. I'm not illegal. I've run a business. I've had this company for more than 13 years, paying tax, paying taxes, employing workers, training workers by myself. How am I doing something illegal at that perspective? Is that illegal?
Not at all.
So that's what I have my confidence. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
What I'm telling them, I'm ready to go close. Even today. What I'm begging you guys is, get me a South African who's capable to manage this shop. I have 30-something workers here, South Africans, who, if you close this shop, they will be displaced. I want to make sure that while I'm going, they're in good hands. You give me money for my socks and everything, I will leave the shop for you. I'm even tired of all this harassment there and there. Everyone is tired. So I'm not arguing to go. My old problem is that I have trained workers over the years, for more than 13 years. It's a hard work to train good workers. They are here, a number of them. If I close and go, what about their fate? I told them several times, can you manage the shop? They said, no, the rent is expensive. Okay, calm down for me. I'm not going. I'm not leaving you guys behind. As long as I get somebody who is capable to manage this shop as South African, I will go. I'm ready to go.
That is a Nigerian, and they went on to tell him they don't care. Let him just go. That's the whole point. Yeah, just go. The shop will do whatever he wants to do. They don't care. It's crazy because this started from illegal migration, then it turned into this ugly state of affairs where they are going after legal migrants, and not just legal migrants taking jobs from them. Legal migrants that are creating jobs, they're going after them too. And the South African government are going to regret what has resulted in their country, what they have allowed to happen. Let me play a video regarding the peace deal that Trump signed in America with Iran. A lot of people, the war advocates, are gnashing their teeth, tearing their hair out that why is it? Why should Trump sign a peace deal with Iran when there is a war to fight? Let's go for war. And a war that Iran will result destroying a lot of refineries in the Middle East that will lead to global catastrophic economic situation. That's what they preferred than have Trump sign this peace deal. So I'm going to play the video, and because of that, the American vice president had to respond to some of the statements some people were making. Let me play the video now.
Agreement has been signed between the US and Iran after nearly 4 months of conflict. President Trump and his Iranian counterpart, Masoud Pezeshkian, signed the deal last night. Under the agreement, all military operations stop, including inside Lebanon, where Israel has been attacking the pro-Iranian militia group Hezbollah. The US ends its naval blockade as Iran opens up the Strait of Hormuz. A $300 billion Iran reconstruction fund will be set up, and Tehran will have access to frozen funds held abroad. And Iran will commit to not developing or procuring nuclear weapons. But this is only an interim deal. Well, I'm joined by our international editor, Jeremy Bowen. And in the context of all the above, Jeremy, there's been some strong language tonight from the US Vice President about Israel.
Mr. J.D. Vance himself. And he's been addressing these remarks, he says, to hardliners in Netanyahu's cabinet. But however, I think they will be taken in Israel more widely. First of all, you can't just kill your way out of every national security problem that you have. And also, this is addressed to people in Mr. Netanyahu's cabinet who've attacked the deal. My message is that Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. Now, these are strong words for an American leader. So it's a sign of the rift which exists and is potentially growing between the Americans and the Israelis over one particular thing that could become the big spoiler in this deal, and that is the war in Lebanon. Now, in this MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, at the insistence of Iran, there is a clause that says it also applies to a ceasefire in Lebanon, and Israel's got to stop attacking, particularly Iran's ally, Hezbollah there. But Israel wants to continue the war. They say for national security reasons it's absolutely vital. And that is the thing, I think, that in these weeks of negotiations that are going to come, that is potentially one of the big spoilers. There are other spoilers as well, hardliners on all sides, in Iran, in the US as well. So there is an awful lot that can go wrong to disrupt, to derail what's going on. And of course, this just is the beginning. There's a long negotiation ahead.
Yeah, that is the peace deal. And let me play some of the reactions to the peace deal.
60-day negotiation period with the U.S. over the direct violation of the MOU's first clause.
Oh no, not this one yet. Not the other one. This is the one we're talking about. Yep.
Calling out the Israeli cabinet members for their personal attacks on Trump. Okay, let's see this.
What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be...
We butter your fucking bread. We keep you alive. We give you money. We defend you. We share intelligence with you. If it wasn't for us, Iran would be bombing you fucking constantly. Shut your fucking mouth, and whenever we say jump, you say how high. That's what I think you should say, JD. But let's hear the political version of this.
Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
Yeah.
And the second message I would give is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
So he's saying the political way of saying exactly what I was saying, which means that probably behind closed doors, they are probably saying the exact things that I'm saying. We own you. You should be saying thank you.
The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. I've seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. So all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please,
Oh, God.
I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she...
You know what's crazy is I'm not sure if he's lying. I mean, you have on one side a seasoned religious extremist cleric psychopath, but on the other hand, you have a white liberal woman in America. I don't know who's going to come out ahead there. Israel is your only ally, and the thing is that didn't Mark Levin come out and talk about nuclear bombs?
But Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used. I don't know this firsthand. Just go online and read about it. It's a secret that's not so secretive. And they've had them for decades. Israel will survive, period.
That's great. Yeah. If Israel nukes Tehran, you know what? That would really make everything better. That's going to make everybody like you. That's going to make everybody on your side. Absolutely.
Yeah, that is the reaction from J.D. Vance regarding some of the statements some Israelis were making regarding the peace deal. Americans had to sign because Iran was not in any mood to give in any ground. And the president of the United States has reached the conclusion that if they fought Iran, not that they cannot fight Iran, they can, but the consequences would be too far-reaching, and it will get him to lose the Senate and the Congress. And if he does that, Donald Trump, again, will be impeached. And probably this time, he even found this thing guilty, or whatever they find people when they are impeached. And he could get himself into some very, very serious trouble. So Trump is not having that. And not to mention the fact that even if he tries to carry on fighting Iran, there is a great chance that that conflict will lead to global depression. Because what happened recently is because Trump and Iran were kind of managing it, not letting it go too overboard the way it was going at first. Because Trump literally said, if I can find the video, I'll play it. He literally said, America has about 1 month of, less than 1 month of oil reserves, energy reserves for the American state. That if they carried on fighting, they lose that energy reserve, that what we're talking about now is not, it's going to be a total different ball game. That the whole world economy will go, because if America goes into a depression, what do you think will happen in the world? So they basically had to give in to Iran. I cannot believe Iran had this massive leverage, and they are threatening Iran all the time. How can somebody has the capacity to hold you to ransom like this, and you're threatening them all the time, and you go and throw away the peace deal or kind of deal that Obama negotiated with Iran? So, this is the state of affairs that we are facing. But Israel, Israel can resist any conflict. Whenever they see a conflict, they jump in very fast. I wouldn't say Israel, Netanyahu and his cabinet. So, because Israel is quite different from Netanyahu and his cabinet. So they don't see a war that they don't like. They want to join any war and fight, especially Iran. But Iran doesn't seem like a country that they can defeat. They just don't have it in them. And if you keep fighting Iran, Iran will go nuclear in the middle of that war. That happens. Remember, America was in the Second World War when they went nuclear, and America didn't have as much technology as Iran has today in 1945, and they were able to go nuclear. What makes them think Iran cannot do that today if Iran wanted to do the same? So I think maybe that's what Trump saw, and some people even argue that maybe Iran has already gone nuclear. That's why they are signing this deal now. So basically, they're giving Iran what Iran wants. They're allowing Iran to make money from the Strait of Hormuz. They are giving them $20-something billion almost immediately. They're looking to give them another $300 billion in time through the Arab countries. This is crazy stuff. Nobody would have thought this was going to be the case on 1st January. If we had come on this panel and said this is what America was going to be signing up with today, no, people will not believe it. But that's what happens when you protect your interests and you fight for your people, because your sovereignty will grant you that wealth that you never had. And I've said it to our people many times. Where you are busy trying to hope that your enemy drops dead by accident and gives you a chance to breathe, that will not happen. They will be feeding on you and get stronger, and they will finish you off until you decide that you are going to fight for your survival. And if you make it, you're going to end up like Iran. But the Iran saga has not ended yet. So let me play another video regarding this Iran saga, because clearly Israel is looking for, Israel is not happy with it. Let's put it that way. Netanyahu seems to insist on bombing Lebanon, which is part of the deal that America is supposed to control Israel from attacking Lebanon. Because if Israel keeps attacking Lebanon, Iran will consider the deal off. So the deal is very tentative. It's not likely to take hold because until America is ready to rein Israel in, and tell them, hey, calm down, don't keep doing this. You want to cause global catastrophe. Until you stop them, this is going to carry on. Let me play this video about some of the things Israel has just done again. Where's it?
Story as we're learning the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. This is a post here that's just coming in, and the Associated Press is reporting that Iran's Joint Military Command saying today that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed again, citing Israeli attacks in Lebanon and U.S. bad faith and, quote, its clear breach of its commitments by failing to end the war. The statement on state television also warned that, quote, if the aggression continues, subsequent steps have been planned. Ships had begun transiting the strait after the interim U.S.-Iran agreement was signed just a bit earlier this week. Now, we've been reporting here this morning that Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon this morning killed at least 16 people, including 2 children, hours after reports emerged of that ceasefire agreement. Now, the persistent fighting threatened that agreement between the United States and Iran to end the war in the Middle East. Bringing you this live look here this morning, courtesy of marine traffic of the Strait of Hormuz at this moment here as we're bringing you this breaking news. Once again, learning here that Iran's joint military just saying that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed again, citing those Israeli attacks in Lebanon. Iranian state television says the country's negotiating team is going to Switzerland for talks with the United States over their interim deal on the war. We already know that White House envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are already there in Switzerland, and this is supposed to be held tomorrow. Now, the broadcaster cited a foreign ministry spokesperson in its report on Saturday. The trip was originally planned for Friday, but that was canceled. If you remember, Vice President J.D. Vance was set to go over there to Switzerland. Now, the new announcement came shortly after Iran's Joint Military Command said the Strait of Hormuz had closed again, citing those Israeli attacks in Lebanon. We also heard from the foreign ministry spokesperson there who told State TV that, quote, any memorandum or agreement is ultimately tested when it enters the implementation phase. So this is a breaking news update here, and we're watching on Truth Social to see if we're going to be hearing from President Trump on this, as the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed. President Trump also had posted to Truth Social this morning on Iran, which I will share here with you. But we also saw Vice President J.D. Vance, as he was just on Fox and Friends moments ago. And he says that talks are progressing, with the U.S. focused on preventing Iran from rebuilding its nuclear program while maintaining leverage through economic and strategic pressure. Of note here, though, the vice president did say this before this news just came out here, that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. And this is that post here from President Trump via Truth Social this morning. And this is all he's had to really say about Iran as of now. He says, funny how the Democrats like to say that Iran is in a stronger position today than they were 3 months ago, despite the fact that they have been defeated militarily with no Navy or Air Force. That's why I call them the Democrats. But we are now following this breaking news coming in here from the Associated Press, reporting that the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed again. Once again, citing Israeli attacks in Lebanon and U.S. bad faith and its clear breach of its commitments by failing to end the war. If we get any more updates here from President Trump, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. That is the report regarding the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran has decided to close it again, saying that Israel has violated the peace agreement or MOU that they agreed with the U.S. To desist from attacking Lebanon. And clearly Netanyahu wants to frustrate the peace deal. And the test of this peace deal is if Iran decides to attack Israel, let's see what America does. And this is a very interesting thing, because if America decides not to step in to assist Israel, Israel will go it alone. And there's a danger that they could resort to tactical nuclear weapons. But I think we'll live to see what that means. I think because this is just developing news happening right now. So we'll see as the day goes on what happens. I'll be checking up the news and see what develops from there. All right, so there is the story regarding NDC, the registration. Let me play that. We are now back to Nigeria again. We're going to be covering just a few more topics from Nigeria before I start talking, or people can join me. I think the link is in the chat. If you want to join, you join. Let me share it again. You join, and if you don't join, then I'll just keep talking. You know, I do like to talk. You don't join. If you don't join to shut me up, then you better be prepared to listen to me all day for straight 3 hours before I stop. It is what it is. This is have your say. And if there's nobody there to have their say, I will have my say. It is what it is. All right. Let's play the NDC, news in Nigeria.
Before we bring in our guests, let's bring you some breaking news. Explosions and sustained gunfire that lasted over an hour were heard early Thursday morning at the airport in Niamey, the capital of Niger, and security forces had blocked off the area. The first explosions occurred at around 6 a.m. local time, that's 5 a.m. GMT, and sporadic gunfire was still audible nearly 2 hours later. A security source said it appeared the airport was under attack. Niger, like its Sahel neighbors Mali and Burkina Faso, has struggled to contain attacks from jihadist groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State that have killed thousands and displaced millions in the three countries. Well, moving on to our first guest. The Nigeria Democratic Congress has introduced a strict anti-defection policy requiring all its candidates for elective offices to sign indemnity and affidavit forms committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning elections. The policy, unveiled on Tuesday at the party's national secretariat in Abuja, is expected to affect prominent members and other recent entrants into the party ahead of the 2027 general elections. The NDC defended its decision, insisting that the measure is constitutionally grounded and aimed at curbing political defection. However, the party still has issues internally to sort out, as some members are disgruntled over the conduct of the party primaries. Joining us on the show to discuss the latest anti-defection policy by the NDC and the party primaries, which is still a major controversy, is Ehiozua Agbonaima, Edo South senatorial aspirant under NDC and former member of the House of Representatives. Good morning, Honorable, and you're most welcome to the morning show.
Good morning, Ayo. Thank you for having me. Good morning to our viewers out there. God bless you all.
Yeah, well, good morning, Mr. Agbonaima. Well, since the Constitution is already very clear about...
Good morning, Dr. Abati.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Abati.
Good morning, yes. About what happens if a member of a
and
party...
And Rufai, good morning, all of you.
Yes, okay. Bless you. So since the Constitution is already clear about, what happens if a person defects from one political party to the other. And in fact, many of the key high-ranking members of your party, in fact, got to that party by jumping from one party to the NDC. Help us make sense of this additional measure by your party that members have to, sign a form of indemnity or of affirmation that should they leave the party, then of course they will relinquish whatever positions they want under the platform of the party. In any case, it's a basic point, both in the electoral law and in the Constitution, that elective positions belong at the end of the day to the party under whose banner the position was won. But if you must defect, the Constitution also says you must show that there is a crisis within your party and that there is a division within the party. So why this other extra measure? Does the NDC have the capacity to even enforce that beyond what's already in the laws? And of course, we have the courts. So the NDC wants to give the ticket and also act as the judge and the jury over the ticket.
Well, Dr. Abati, you have said it all. For me, it is so fortunate that we have found ourselves in this situation where we are today. In all good faith, I joined NDC. I left a party that I helped to build over the years, AC, ACN, ACD, up to APC. I'm one of those that believe that party is supreme, and it's two-way traffic. Loyalty is two-way traffic. You must be loyal to the party, but the party must also do everything within the context of the law, even within the party's guidelines and rules, because there's nobody that is above the law. Everybody must be protected, and that is why we have Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Nobody has monopoly of ideas. What has happened is that, it is their right to put in place some rules about this anti-defection policy, having indemnity, maybe what I call it affidavit. It's like making sure that we put preventive measure in place, people defecting from one party to the other. And like others and many of us, I would say, we've gone through that. Once upon a time, I left APC to join PDP, and at the time, APC, I was looking to contest for House of Rep then, and later they said, oh, go for chairmanship. Well, at the end of the day, I was sidelined and jettisoned. So many things happened. I don't want to go into all that. I have to leave, and I went to PDP. And by the grace of God, PDP, I went through the primary, and I won that primary. At the end of the day, the good people of Ego Ikpobaoka Federal Constituency came en masse, and they voted for me, and I became a...
I like how the party wants to take measures to prevent members from defecting to other parties after they won an election under the party's banner, especially if the members want to defect with the positions they've won. I think that is something that is very disgusting that the Nigerian politicians do. I think a lot of Labour Party members in the last election also defected to APC after they've gone into office. So you can see a situation whereby APC people can even fund their members to join or sympathizers to join, like let's say NDC, knowing that because P2B is there, they are going to make it into office, and when they get into office, they just defect to APC again. So just increasing the size of APC through other parties. So I think there is something to be said for taking extra measures to prevent it. And the Nigerian state right now doesn't have ideology. Everybody is about, the only ideology is money. And whatever is going to give them money, they move to that party. And whatever, however they can get to office, that's what they do. And I've witnessed the way Nigerians, when they get into office, they start making money. They just make money from office. And it makes every young person wants to join politics because they feel that is the source to make money. Not to serve, not to build a society that will actually make money for them, but they want to make money short term, immediately, when they get into office. And that leads to situations whereby when they are supposed to be serving their people, they are busy serving themselves. When they're supposed to be buying equipment for hospitals, they are cutting corners and buying for themselves. And we keep hearing some of the sad stories at our hospitals. When they are supposed to invest it in national security, they spend it on themselves instead of spending it on national security, or at least not as much on national security. The stuff goes on. Our roads, people are losing their lives on our roads every day because of the resources they've not put in there. So these things have consequences, and they are not victimless. It's just that, but this is the Nigerian state that we are dealing with today. And there are some improvements and there are some regressions. And let's hope that things can keep building based on the fact that some developments that are going to ensure that the Nigerian economy keeps improving. With the Dangote refinery, BOA coming on stream. I'm sure there are others coming with BOA too. This is value-added manufacturing. This is a form of consumption to production. We used to consume petroleum product. Now we are producing it. That is what transformed the Nigerian economy. And that's why the prediction that I made that the Nigerian currency is going to get stronger is coming to fruition. And with BOA coming on stream, it's going to get even stronger. With Dangote refinery upscaling to 1.4 million barrels a day, petroleum products will also increase the value of the naira, and Nigerians on the ground will feel good and better for it because their money can go further now. So that is the value of an appreciating naira. That said, I'll also cover this news regarding some retired generals demanding action from the government due to the death of a former general in the hands of bandits. Let's play the video.
General Ismaila Abdullahi. The group is calling for stronger security institutions, improved intelligence gathering, and more effective implementation of security measures by the federal government. Mourning the death of their friend and colleague, who was abducted and later died in captivity in Katsina State, they also urged the 19 northern governors to adopt a coordinated regional strategy to tackle insecurity.
The lack of political will at every level of governance in the country has continued to hinder the nation's effort towards defeating insecurity. It is, therefore, in this light that we cautiously welcome the current bilateral security arrangements with the United States of America and some other countries towards assisting us fight terrorism. Nevertheless, we should be mindful that no nation can defend our country, and certainly a strategy based solely on any foreign power cannot succeed without our country taking the lead.
A retired general who survived captivity describes informants as critical enablers of banditry, alleging that criminal groups rely on a network of collaborators within communities and, in some cases, government institutions.
If you negotiate and the informants are not having money in their pockets, what is there? And these informants, we should take note of this. It is not only the locals. Some of them are in the government offices. For instance, one of the days I was there around 2 a.m., this issue came up. Somebody called and said that, please, Kachala, are you ready to buy 10 cartons of ammunition? He said yes, but let me finish with one old man.
The group is also calling for tighter border security to stem the flow of illegal arms and stronger collaborations with neighboring countries to disrupt transnational criminal networks.
Days of General Rabi Abubakar in the hands of bandits is not merely a headline. Tragically, it is a reflection of a system unable to guarantee safety to its citizens. Equally disturbing are the persistent abductions of peace-loving people, and in particular, school children, which is a national tragedy.
For the late general's colleagues and associates, his death is more than a personal loss. It is a stark reminder of the security challenges confronting the nation. Their message, until informant networks are dismantled and security reforms effectively implemented, communities across the country will remain vulnerable. Nisi Gabriel, Arise News, Kaduna.
What security reform is he talking about that is going to do it? Yeah, and anything short of recruiting is a waste of our time. It's nothing is going to work. Welcome, AY, for joining me today. And I really wish it remains like this so that it's just going to be an easy conversation. It doesn't get very hot. Easy conversation. No ruffles come and cause the havoc here. So, my God, it's been an interesting week. And, some time ago, I was saying that the West will have to deal with Israel soon. And sooner or later, they will have to confront Israel. And I was shocked. Like, I was quite shocked to wake up one morning from nowhere. JD Vance was basically blasted Israel. Like, nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. If not for us.
Trump has been saying that now.
Pardon?
Even Trump has been saying that. He actually
Trump said the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's unbelievable what we are hearing here.
Yeah,
and,
JD Vance never supported the war.
Yes,
so
it wasn't for
people
the war.
thought he was protecting his political interests in 2028, thereabout. What is going on now is JD Vance is playing a very smart one that will put him in a very good position to be next president, because he can see, he can read the room. Both the MAGA, the American population, especially the youth, the journalists, they now know what Israel has been doing for Yes. Everything's not so clear to them. If you go to what's this guy? Tucker. If you go to Tucker page right now on YouTube, you will be sure the kind of stuff he now knows the truth. So there is a big movement. One thing you are gonna see in this election, most of the pro-Israel Congress members, senators, there will be problem. They will have problem because now America is saying Israel business is not our business. Focus on your people. So in the past few days, I really feel sorry for Trump, sincerely. Trump has realized that he made a very huge mistake in pushing for attacking Iran. So a few days ago, the former Hillary Clinton, I don't know if you watched her interview.
I did. I saw a bit of it. What did she say again? She
stated clearly that how Netanyahu was pushing her to attack Iran, to the extent that he will see that will say, oh, the plane are ready, they are in the timer. Oh, we need to. Then Hillary Clinton said she told him, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. The former Secretary of State too, what's his name? Other Biden. He said
his name, yeah.
He said the same thing. Anthony Blinken. He said the same thing. So they have been very consistent. So now Trump is realizing he made a huge mistake because with Iran, if you know the history of the war, that's what we were saying on this platform. People didn't list it. But people that have selfish interest, probably, I don't know what they take Trump for. Trump made a big mistake they won because the war with Iran will send the whole world in flame. Prices of stuff will be going up. Man of President live in California. Ask him how much he was buying gas in California. It's insane. So there was a lot. Price of stuff were going up. So that was leverage for Iran. Iran will block the Strait of Hormuz. That would cause a lot of problems. Not only that, Iran, they have the capacity to destroy the whole Middle East. I personally feel they were just be careful because, they didn't want to destroy it overnight. Iran, we set the Gulf nation ablaze. Nobody will protect them. So Trump realized that this was a mistake. He just like, okay, you know what? Let me just pull back. Now, the JCPOA, which was the best agreement with Iran, what Trump could have done was, oh, you know what, Iran, you got to sit down. I can't agree with this agreement. I think Obama made a mistake here. We need to renegotiate this agreement. That would have been better. Instead, you cancel the agreement. Netanyahu push you to cancel that agreement. Now, you are giving Iran over $300 billion. Obama only gave Iran $1.7 billion. Iran agreed. We are not, the only enrichment we are going to make, I think up to 4%, just for civilian purpose. We are not going to have a nuclear weapon. Now, you push them to that point.
What was the reason Trump gave for signing? He said something about their oil reserve running out.
Trump?
If it runs out, no, Trump's here. He said something about the American strategic reserve running out of time within a month. He's going to run out.
Let me tell you. Trump, see, the whole thing is a mess. It's just that when you hear people speak, they don't even understand what is going on. With the Iran war, every week, if you go to the New York stock market, any little statement, America loses $200 billion average. Every week since this war started. You can fact check me. Sometimes, some week, they lose over $1 trillion. So Trump, now, I even saw Trump. Trump, he's speaking the truth now. So apart from that, the cost of gas is up. America is suffering. since Trump came into power, Trump has not actually achieved one single thing for American populace. The affordable
Americans are
healthcare,
suffering. Americans are suffering. Like maybe Americans like you. Let me add to it. Americans like you and maybe Ife, but not man of prestige.
No, if
red heart of peace,
he borrowed Tinubu loan, self. If Tinubu is looking for money,
man of prestige is not feeling anything. If Iran destroys the Middle East and half of the world, man of prestige will be fine. As long as he's in that California where they are paying high rent and high everything, he doesn't feel anything.
California is crazy already, man. Even without war, California is a crazy place. Cost of living is insane.
And yet he is there.
Yeah, I don't know where he lives, but I know like the Silicon Valley, even 10 years ago, they were already like 2-bedroom apartment. My friend was working in Silicon Valley. 2-bedroom apartment, 1-bedroom apartment, 2,800. I'm telling you of 10 years ago, like 2000 and around 2013. 1-bedroom apartment in Silicon Valley in San Jose. He knows where I'm talking about. He was paying 2,800. So I know this. So I know that environment quite well, especially the Silicon Valley, San Francisco, San Jose, and that environment. So now Trump realized that he has made a mess. There is no way out because the worst you can do, you throw me nuclear weapon. I don't think nobody is ready to hear that. And the war is unpopular that both NATO countries are against Trump. Americans are against Trump, majority of the Americans. So he was just handicapped. He was frustrated. So the negotiation is now making with Iran was under duress. There is nothing Trump could do. Trump needed to do everything to make sure Iran, they are not going back to this war.
Yeah, AY, look at Iran. I have to say, Iran, given their power, their capacity to cause chaos, and their capacity to rain hell, they had a leader. I was the one here saying that leader was a hippie. That the guy behaves like a hippie. He wants peace. He put fatwa against this. Now that they've removed him, they have the worst now. The worst case scenario.
The hardliner. So during Khomeini actually stopped Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. Not only that, look at what Israel do. You kill their scientists, you bomb their embassy in Syria, you were just bombing their visitors in Tehran, you bombed them to death. Iran they didn't want the war, to be honest. They want economic development.
They were so restrained. It just reminded me, they even bombed them, this in guest in Iran. Israel was really, Israel was tempting them. And I think Netanyahu will be in big trouble if this is agreement that ends up being upheld. Because after everything, Iran ended up strong, and Netanyahu's legacy is completely destroyed. All the war was for nothing.
Yeah, the war is nothing. Sincerely, don't forget how much America have used to prosecute that war. They lost military men. They lost thousands of people were injured. They lost their military base. The cost of that war alone, in terms of military equipment, was over $50 billion. So now Congress are calling Hexer to come and explain. It was just the most foolish decision.
More than that, what are you talking about? Good evening. More than that.
Yeah.
You remember they told us they were spending just alone. They didn't even include the food and everything, 1 billion a day. How long is this war last? More than that.
Yeah.
Now Trump is even disappointed and doesn't want to hear anything. He doesn't want to hear anything from Israeli Prime Minister.
Yeah. So what is now going on now? He's attacking Israeli Netanyahu now. So after that agreement,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Good evening.
No worry. After that agreement, a lot of America are now against Trump. Oh, look at what you did. You make a mess. After you cancel the JCPOA, you are coming to give Iran everything because it does not have offshore. So now that war needs to stop. If the war refuses to stop, it's America that will suffer it. Listen, in Iran, even till today, the cost of filling a car, to fill up your car in Iran, is less than the cost of buying water a pack of water in America. Go and fact check me. $2, you will fill a tank in Iran till today. They highly subsidize their people. Education is free for most part, from elementary to university, for most students. They highly subsidize.
The man of Rashid, feel free to come in because this is more of a relaxed conversation until more of rough people show up.
Yeah.
Now we are gentle people. No, hold on. I wanted to add something regarding what you just said. That now that Iran has subsidized people so much, it's like, why is it that we as Nigerians, before in our minds, Iranians are living in hell because Americans say so? And this is one of the things I even said about North Korea too. Let me finish, please. I said this is about North Korea too, that we keep saying North Korea is living in hell. But when I check North Korea on the map, just even on the map alone, you look at the infrastructure those guys have built. This is not the country that is suffering. No. They build so much infrastructure. Recently now, they started announcing on the news that North Korea, the housing market is booming. I don't know who is coming to build houses there, because everything they build is on the ground. I don't know
let me even tell you, I remember we were having this conversation. Iran, you see their infrastructure they want to destroy, even with the sanction for over 20 years. If you sanction America for 10 years, America will bleed. In Iran, even today, Irans have some of the best infrastructure in the world. I'll give you an example. Like, the biggest mall in the world is in Iran. It's in Tehran. Go and fact check me. The biggest mall all over the world. The biggest mall in the world, in the whole wide world, is in Iran.
Okay. Why? Okay, hold on. This is ridiculous. Why are we so afraid of the West when, if Iran that has been sanctioned to death, is still doing very well? Why are we kowtowing to whatever the West wants?
The Iran produce close to, in fact, their expansion now, they are producing over 100,000 megawatts of electricity. We are not sanctioned, we can't even produce 5,000 complete a year. They have full electricity. So all this story you hear, it's just like Libya when they attacked Muammar Gaddafi. Oh, Muammar Gaddafi is the evil. There was no country on earth that their citizens were benefiting more than Libya. That Libya you saw they destroyed. Libya students, we went to school together, master PhD. They were all on scholarship. Go and look for Libya before they attack Gaddafi. In Libya, when you born a child during Gaddafi, they will provide a house for that family, an apartment for the child. He has his own apartment. Libya were living very well. The cost of gas in Libya was less than the cost of pure water, even in Nigeria. You see, gas was like free in Libya. All this story you hear, people don't want to research. That is why you see people still believing this propaganda. But when you are open and learn, you will see that, whoa, this is different. Sincerely, as able to today, to fill a tank in Iran, you spend less than around $2 average. Go and check. Go and check. In America, how much do we fill gas? Our car. If you are driving a premium car in America, you spend like $90. If you are in California, now it's already something. My friend in Seattle is already something to fill.
That won't pay me. Nigeria is 1,300 for per liter. Hey, that's painful.
Look at why do you think Nigeria is suffering? The poverty level in Nigeria today is out of the roof. That's why you see crime is crazy everywhere.
God help us. Man of Prestige, what do you make of this deal? Man, in my wildest dream, I didn't see this one coming. I saw a lot of things happen. I didn't think I would live to see a day Trump will accept to pay around $300 billion dollars, and then they will allow them to still be putting charges on the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. I never saw that one coming. God, go ahead.
I mean, anything is possible. So, like you said in your wildest dream, I mean, I welcome the ceasefire, particularly we living in California. This is the first time we have gone, under $6. I think gas, gas or stuff right now is about $5.30 something. I think the national average is about $3.90 something to $4. So this is the first time if you are using regular. Then if you are using premium, it's still about $6, 7 something. I don't know where if them live in Georgia. I think that they always have a very gas, low. Their gas is always low at them and Texas. I think they don't have any tax in gas, so I don't know what it is where you live. But in California, this is the first time it has gone under $6. So I welcome the ceasefire. It doesn't matter what it takes. I'm after my own pocket. Whatever Trump is doing, it concerns him. I don't really like to talk about American politics anymore. It is what it is. What we're having in America, right, is going to come and gone. It's going to be another, it's going to be another government. So we get there, we see what happens.
I don't blame you, man of
I welcome the
prestige.
ceasefire, regardless.
Man of prestige. American politics has been one heartbreak after another, hasn't it? Man of prestige. After Kamala Harris, now you are dealing with the loss of America losing the war. It's just been one tragedy after another for man of prestige.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you the biggest mistake was America re-elected.
Oh, I think if you wanted to say something.
Wanted to say something. The biggest problem, I remember some of us here before the election, we were shouting, don't vote this guy back into office. The people that voted Trump into office, they were present when Trump was president. There is
I wanted them to vote them into office. If Trump didn't get into office, would we have seen this? Our people will not believe this was possible. A lot of things has happened now. A lot of things has happened for us, our eye to open. I've been saying this is why I wanted him to be in office. So that we can see the true beast.
She's a woman. They didn't want to vote him. Oh, yeah, they pretended to love women, but they didn't want to vote a woman. Educated, smart, experienced woman.
America is not ready for a female president. It doesn't matter.
Can we allow the lady to speak? She's been trying to speak. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. To be honest with you, my brother, I know you are talking about your pocket, but to be honest with you, I feel so sorry because of the innocent children that died, just for no reason. The children of Iraq that went to school. You see, like AY said, it's because of this election that I got into it with another person here who called, what's her name? Kamala Harris, Olushun, that she doesn't know anything. There is nothing he did not call her. And, we got into it so bad and we don't talk, which is okay. I don't have time, but we have to, be very honest. Kamala Harris told us, made it clear, everything she said about this man is what is happening today. Tell me the justification. Tell me what you're going to tell the family that lost their loved one, that lost their children, that lost their husband. What are you going to tell them? Let us be honest. There is no reason whatsoever why this thing should even take place. Israel, I know you're in the midst of your enemies, so-called, but I don't think that everybody will keep quiet if these people attack you. I don't think so. So look at what the economy, we believe that we are literally recovering, during, of course, you have to understand that Trump put us into this mess during COVID. And Biden came and did as much as he could. We are literally recovering. And then he came back and messed this thing up. Like my brother said, buying fuel. Whenever I want to fill my tank, I'm like, here we go. I'm looking at the, how many liters I have to. I will always fill my tank. Because it might go up by 30 cents. By the time you turn your neck like this, it goes up, boom. What is the essence? I don't even understand. At the end of the day, you lost so much. The only thing Iraq lost are the people that died.
You mean Iran?
Iran. Sorry, my brother, Iran. People that were minding their business. What is your business about changing regime? You think you're just going to bully your way, just like Obama said? You think you're going to bully your way? You bullied Iraq. You people, not you, but, Americans, you people bullied Iraq. They do the same thing to Libya and other countries. Look at Afghanistan. They are back to, you're trying to change a regime. The regime is still there. They are even stronger. Imagine giving these people so much money in a country where homelessness is the problem of, especially affects the Black people. Imagine if he has invested this money in instability, housing instability, and putting it in healthcare. Now they're trying to cut Medicaid. Do you know what is going to happen?
He cut it already.
A lot of patients cannot receive care no more.
Yeah.
When they come to the hospital, they will tell you, I've not been coming because they changed my insurance, because I cannot afford. We are doing charity work now. Even the hospital I work in, the government has been funding it. Now they have cut a lot of funding. A lot of departments are closing. And who are the people? Underprivileged, underserved. I said it here a few months ago. Co-pay that I used to pay $20, $25. My brother, this thing. Now it's $45. When you go to specialty, I think it's $65. Imagine people, elderly people that go to the doctor's appointment every month. Do you know how much that is if you're on a fixed income? And then you're going to go give these people 300 and something big. We're not talking about million, right? We're talking about billion for no reason. Just because of your ego, you want to show them. That's all I can say.
Thank you for that.
Let me correct one other thing. So the money, when you hear Trump attacking Obama, the money Barack Obama gave to Iran, it's not free money. It's Iranian money. What happened with that money? During the Shah regime, they pay for weapons in America that were supposed to be delivered. That money, the weapon will never deliver after the the revolution in Iran. So that was the money Obama gave out. Even right now, the money they are talking about, especially the $25 billion, is Iranian money. Is the sanction. They've sanctioned this country. This country has suffered. You see, in the case of where I blame Obama, in the case of Libya, what really happened? The problem we are facing in Nigeria today, we are facing in the Sahel, was caused by Obama. The crisis you see in the whole of Sahel was the movement of militia and weapons from Libya down all across the Sahel. That's the fight we are fighting today, the insurgency you see. These people, some of them were trained by Gaddafi government as security. So during that war, they moved weapons all across the border. That was the crisis we are still facing today. They destabilized that place. Let me give you this. During Gaddafi, I'll give you an example. If you know our boys that were moving from Africa to Europe, they could not pass through Libya. You cannot pass through there. Gaddafi closed that border 100%. They were only passing Morocco to Spain. So what now happened? As that war started, that they destabilized the country, it was free flow. The Libyan people were collecting money, allowing people to pass through Libya down to Italy. It was even an easier route. That was why you see a lot of inflow of migrants from Africa to Europe. So during Gaddafi, go and fact-check me. You cannot cross Libya and tell that you're going to Europe. He tell you, he was really pro-Africa. He tell you, stay in your country and build your country. He built this country. He did it. Libya were living like king. If you know anybody that ever been to Libya before Gaddafi dead, Libyans were living like king. Go and fact-check me. Libyans were living like kings in their country.
Thank you for that. So let's move the conversation, since it looks like that issue is still going to rumble on. And I still fear that this deal is going to fall apart and the things are going to get hairy.
I don't think so. Vance is in Switzerland. They moved to Switzerland today, even with the close of Strait of Hormuz. So
maybe not this deal. My point is that the squabble between the West and Iran is not over.
It's just a framework for the peace deal, memorandum of understanding. So it's not really.
Yeah, go ahead, if you.
Right now, until it's been actualized, we don't really know what's going to happen. It's very fragile at this particular time. It's an understanding framework, so nothing has concrete happened.
Yeah, if
Did
you
you see
please
the
go
people
ahead.
that negotiated Iran's deal? 4 PhD holders. 4 of them. Did you see the people that negotiated America's deal?
Wow. While America, why Trump is sending the not DEI
Mark
people?
Rubio or Marco Rubio, Vance, Vance, and one other person.
If the government official you see in Iran, from the late Khomeini, all those top people when you see, go and check. They are PhD holders. Go and check all of them.
Just imagine.
Iran is one of the most educated countries in the world. I said, go into their women. American women that are doing what's it called, OnlyFans. You wanted to go and have PhD in science and technology. Iranian women are the most educated women all over the world. So the propaganda is what is killing me sometimes. Like, why can't you just, or you just want to argue? Why can't you just investigate these people? Iran is over 5,000 years old. That's why when Trump was threatening to put military in Iran, they told him, you are going for death. Iran is a fortress. They are going to fight you to the last
I envy that country. I envy the country. When I look at the country, I'm like, with all those mountains, man, this place, you fight here, you're not going to make it out alive. The mountains they have there, hills everywhere. Nigeria is just too flat. I'm sure most Africa is too flat. And but that said, this my thinking is that this is not over. It's not settled because it's too big. The consequence of this is too far-reaching. If America doesn't respond to this one way or the other, the rest of the world will start thinking, they want to tempt America. There's so many things can go wrong in this deal. And Israel is not going to accept it, nonetheless. Israel will not.
Iran, they say Iran need to also calm down. At least Trump is ready to work with them. They should work with the world, work with the West, have peace, work with your neighbor.
Iran is not the problem. It's the West that is not going to accept it. Iran is not the problem. The West will never accept it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. To be honest with you, if I were Iran, I would be like this. What America wants, I mean, they'll be feeling on top. I wish they're supposed to be. Next time, America knows not. Trump said that Obama is the stupid ass. No, he said that Iran people.
Obama.
He's called Obama stupid ass. Called him names. But did you see how Obama handled him? Handled Iraq. We did not hear any matchcom.
No noise.
People criticized him, but that was the best deal. Look at what you did.
Yeah.
Every time you keep calling Obama. Like if you listen to the interview, the Obama admitted that there are so many mistakes, which I will not. Honestly, I cannot fault him because when you are in that situation, you are bound to. Nobody will tell you that they leave office and tell you that they don't have regret about some of the decisions they made.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing I don't like about Obama, and I will continue to say, please, people don't pick offense, is this LGBT this thing. It's not. The only reason I don't like it is that they shove it to my face.
Yeah.
That somebody literally reported me, called the state on me because I use he, she, and when I'm looking at you, I'm looking at a man right in front of me. But you want to confuse me to call you a woman, but I'm looking at you, all I'm seeing is a man.
I'm looking at you. You're asking me not to believe my eyes.
No, to be honest with you, this is, they will shove it to your face. And then you want to be on the female side because you're going through a sexual change, call the state that I'm discriminating against it. But I thank God, I thank God, even when they send the investigator to come, and the first thing he said, I said that, you see the problem, you now use the word he. Guess what he did? He packed up his stuff and left. He said, I don't have time for this BS. Because, you gave them this power. That was when all these things started. I don't have anything. If you want to, whatever you want to be, I might come out tomorrow and tell you I want to be a male. I don't have no, but I'm not going to shove it on your face. That is the only thing I have about Obama. And invading Libya. In Libya, didn't do anything. In Libya, they are just minding their business. Just like, Iran was minding their business. You went and attacked them. But the only reason why they bullied Libya is just because they overpowered them. But look at Iran. They couldn't even overpower them.
Libya was divided from within. Libya was the kind of divided from within. And you see, this is the time. This is why I say in Nigeria too, we have to stop this division from within, because they tried to do the same with Iran. They gave the Kurds weapons.
The only thing I would like to see Nigeria
and disappeared with the weapons.
Forefathers,
Yeah, go
Iran,
ahead.
they are united. We are not united. So we can't even compare ourselves to them.
That's why I'm saying we need to heal that division in our country so that we are not this vulnerable.
No, there is no healing in Nigeria.
You don't want them to heal it. Come on.
You see, sincerely, if they want to destroy a country, Libya, they planted people inside Libya. Trump is openly telling you, look at what he did in Iran. We sent people to Iran to sponsor the war. We gave them weapons. Netanyahu built this secret cell in Iran and Iraq. So it's just that in case of Iran, they are prepared. They know their tactics. RGC are not playing around. They will eliminate you. If they find you to be a mole, they don't play around.
Courtesy of China and Russia.
That is their whole. That is why them is so. They are ready for them. They tell you, okay, they are sending you to come and destabilize our country. We go after you. See, I am also of the opinion Iran are protesting. People that are genuine, let them protest. Give them what they want. Give Iranian what they want, but no international, not external influence should come in and be destabilizing countries. This is what I don't agree with. But if the Iranian
you heard what he said about. You heard what he said. Did you hear what he said about Hezbollah? He said first Israel should stop knocking down every building because they think that Hezbollah people are in there. He came out. He went from Trump has a way of saying that it's like not every person in that building is Hezbollah. I can tell you that. That's what he said about Israel. Then he said Israel should just have left it for this is Syria to do. You see, he wanted Syria to take care of Hezbollah. So you know that what they are using the people against each other.
You
see what I mean? He says Syria can deal with the job better than Israel is doing. That they should just leave it for Syria to do. That is what the former Al-Qaeda leader in Syria is doing for America.
You know the talks, was it that group that they wanted to use against Iran? You cannot. It's a strong group, but Iran will go after you. Iran are not playing around. They will go after you. They will. You cannot win.
And the Iranian Kurds, they said I think majority of them are Shiites too. So you can't exactly, you can't exactly go use them to fight their own country.
You know,
so that's what they took the country, the weapons around.
They are very powerful people too. They know how to fight. They are fighters. They are lions.
Do you know? I mean, partly I blame the Venezuelans for what happened in Iran, because the Venezuelans gave Trump the confidence to think that he can get away with this type of behavior in Iran. The Venezuelans were so weak. They demonstrated such weakness and such willingness to sell their leader out, because they actually took money from the West and gave Maduro up, that Americans thought they were going to get away with the same strategy in Iran. First, they couldn't get the Iranian leader, so they said, let's eliminate them. Then the next in command, just like Venezuela, will take over. That one too backfired.
Do you think
now? Yeah, go ahead. No, I think I finished because it backfired. That's what I wanted to say. It backfired in Iran.
Do you think it's part of it is because Russia and China did not back them up?
No, they did. Actually, there was a Russian soldier that was saying that there is no amount of backing that will help the people that don't want to fight. That the Venezuelans refuse to fight. They have the weapons. They give them the weapons. They have all the defense tools. That clearly there is no way that those people will get a hold of Maduro without his people betraying him. There's no way. And that's why everybody believes that. And Venezuela has disgraced itself, because now no nation will want to work with Venezuela. This is part of the reason why when people ask, why is it that the West is not working with, or maybe China or Russia not working with African countries, this is one of the reasons, because they feel like we are not ready. If they give us all the weapons in the world, we are going to behave like Venezuela. Our people are just going to take money and just keep quiet and let Western countries do whatever they like. That is the problem. But while Iranians are ready to fight, North Koreans are ready to fight.
Iran will push. Do you know the inflation in America is 4.2, the highest in 3 years. So Iran will push America. If they go to that war, they will push America into a big recession. The whole world will go into recession. This was where it was going. People don't even understand the economic impact of this war. They don't understand it.
Don't you think
I've never seen a war this
gradually
funny before, man.
Slipping into recession?
Yeah.
Don't you think so? There is no jobs in America now. People
if
are
you
struggling to find jobs.
If you follow the economic calendar, you will understand the devastating effect this war has caused already.
I've seen wars in my time. I've never seen a war like, if it wasn't so serious, it would have been funny, because like America, Israel attacks Iran. Iran first volley of attack is Gulf nations. It went straight after another set of nations. I've never seen anything like this.
What I actually found interesting was no Gulf country actually replied to Iran. I think they know the capacity of Iran.
I think some of them did secretly. They said most of their weapons went to the Gulf states, that even Israel. It's unbelievable stuff, man.
They didn't have protection now. Even Israel with Ayo clan, Ayo this, they are collecting missile. They didn't have, so it's country like Saudi Arabia, they spent a lot of money in the past 20 years in development. So they were scared these people can go and just be destroying our country. UAE, they are scared. So all the countries were like, you know what? I think we just look for a way to make peace. You know, that's the best thing.
I did speak to a Saudi guy, you know. I spoke to a Saudi guy that's in Saudi Arabia. He said that we just exchanged messages. He said that they don't believe that this war is over, that the big one is still coming. So that's part there. And based on analysis, you can also suspect that. That's what I suspect too. That's what they are saying. But the point is that Saudi Arabia is behaving differently from UAE. Because what they said, that UAE is basically not an Islamic nation anymore. Majority of the UAE population are not Arabs even. So they are aligned with Israel quite easily. But while Saudi Arabia, they say Saudi Arabia and Iran, Pakistan, they want to come together now.
They want to come
some
together.
Crazy stuff.
You see, UAE is the most evil country in the Middle East, apart from
that country.
Do you know even the war in Sudan? UAE are the ones sponsoring that war in Sudan. The evil those people perpetrate, it's unbelievable. In Yemen, they were doing the same thing. Saudi have to warn them, listen, you got to move out from Yemen, otherwise we got to blow you up. Because MBS was so peace with them. Iran now super peace with them. If there is any country in Middle East, Iran will attack after this war. It's UAE. Now they are so Qatar. They are very friendly. You know, they try to make peace. They are peacemaker. UAE are evil. They sponsor war across evil Africa. Evil in Somalia. They are sponsoring war. The Somaliland crisis you are seeing, they are part of the evil that is going on there. They are one of the most evil in that region. They don't want peace.
And many Africans, they are not calling out the Ethiopian leader that also backs the RSF in Sudan. Because anybody that backs the RSF, I don't know how you can do that in good conscience. These people are massacring black Muslims in that country.
Yeah, they sponsor the RSF.
Sponsoring them. Just wickedness. So, but that is that anyway. So, can we try to bring this home to Nigeria? You know, you saw the former generals come out and complain about losing their generals to bandits, and that video Solly played got Dr. Damage to play regarding what Igboho was saying about those people that were kidnapped, and that if they found their girls back, they will clear out all the forests of Fulanis and all. So
did you hear that there are people that were kidnapped, and after Igboho made that statement and those people were released? Did you see that on social media?
No,
I saw it about 30 minutes ago. And the whole community.
I don't believe that. Don't believe that. You see, there are machines in Nigeria, because what that machine could be trying to do is saying, when you threaten other people, then you get good results. And in reality, when you do it, you may not. You might actually end up massacring people. We have to be careful what is going on in that country. That country is being driven into chaos. What my worry is that what he said that is going to clear the forest, it reminds me of the dangers of having this state police, because this is how it can be abused. They will use it to target specific race of people, specific tribe of people, and claim that they are trying to fight illegality, like South Africans say, or you see how South Africans say, oh, they are after illegal migrants. Suddenly, it's no longer illegal migrant. You have to go back to your country and develop your country. And before you know it, it changes from we don't care whether you employ 5,000 South Africans get out of our country. So this is how discrimination starts. It starts slowly, and before you know it, you are at each other's throat. And I think somebody was afraid about this stuff becoming like Rwanda. I think it was Dr. Damages actually. I said we have to be careful here because some of the things that are happening in Nigeria and in South Africa is resembling that a little bit. And what he said there was not the right thing to say, because if let's say they release the girls, then anytime they see Fulani in the forest, you kill them. Innocent ones too. What is that going to lead?
You see, Igbo, I saw the video there. Let me play. You see, Igbo needs to be careful. The truth is, they need to talk to him. You see, what this guy is doing, I fear he does it. They should not push Nigeria into civil war. Yeah, Fulani, they are fighters too. Don't forget, a lot of Fulani are still innocent. So if you not go and be attacking every Fulani, they are not going to see it as you are attacking Fulani militia. They will see it as you are attacking them. Fulani, they know how to unite all over West Africa. Fulani are full of. They will go after Igbo. Igbo should go and sit down. The truth is, let government deal with this issue. The Fulani bandits, they need to look for a way. If I were government, I can look for the Fulani leaders, elders. I talk to them. Go. I will look for Fulani elders and look. Okay, listen. We need to know the Fulani that are involved in banditry, in kidnapping, terrorism. Where are they from? Do investigation. Give them out. We say, listen, the where this thing is pushy to, we don't want to have a situation where they will not see an innocent Fulani somewhere, they just go and buy the person. This will lead to civil war. You are calling for a civil war. Igbo himself will not be able to start that war. So there is no need. Government should deal with Fulani
and the
criminals.
danger is that they are not going to kill only Fulani too.
Yes,
now
Hausa.
They will get Hausa too.
If you are not from the Hausa Fulani, how will you differentiate between an Hausa man and a Fulani man? Hardly. It's few people that will be able. What are you going to use to differentiate between them? So this is the crisis. That's why we need to be careful when we push this agenda. Igbo need to chill. He needs to chill. I don't know where he gets his juju that is just disturbing him. Only thing he wants is war. He will not be.
The government is backing him up. AY. What do you expect?
Yeah, I get that too. I get that.
Him up.
Who is this one saying South African nationalism is supported? That is not South African nationalism, because clearly the Europeans are not part of that nationalism, and most of the other tribes. Do you know? Okay, let's forget about South Africa.
That is why. Let me say that's why when people are calling anything that look like you want to push a country to civil war, people think it's funny. It's not funny. Civil war is not funny. One thing we need to know as Nigeria. There is no tribe, there is no state, there is nobody that will benefit from Nigeria's civil war. All of us will pay for it. It will be a damage. The damage it will cause. It will take off 50 years to recover. We need to stop this madness. We have crises, we have issues. We should look for a way to deal with the issue. I don't have issue if people decide to say, let's divide the country. I really don't have issue with it. But my stand is, I love my one Nigeria. But if you push Nigeria into another civil war, Nigeria will people just.
Let me say this. I know you don't like when I say that, and likewise, forefathers. Nnamdi Kanu started fighting, speaking up. If Nigeria is working, you won't see somebody like Igboho. You won't see somebody like Nnamdi Kanu. And let us tell ourselves the truth. Is Nigeria working? No. Do you see any future? No. Are you going to tell me that in a country where, imagine sending your children or your child to school, all of us here, and your kids were, kidnapped, and up to today, nothing has been done. Every day you keep losing hope. Every day you keep losing hope. And no effort is being made. Remember that somebody lost his life. That is somebody's husband. What are you going to tell that wife? What are you going to tell that woman? What are you going to tell his mother? And the government is not even doing anything to stop it.
Why do you compare somebody like Nnamdi Kanu to somebody like Igboho? They're not the same.
No, I'm just saying, because that was from Nnamdi Kanu.
We can know by today who means what he's saying, and I don't agree with Nnamdi Kanu, and who doesn't. There's a way to do things. Just to
I agree,
Jadu.
No, that's what I'm saying. If Nigeria is working, we won't be hearing about Simon Ekpa and the rest of them. And that's why I said, honestly speaking, the people, the leaders in Nigeria deliberately don't want Nigeria to work, to be honest with you. Because tell me what it will cost to get these people to sit on the table, including Nnamdi Kanu. Again, I've said it, within me, do I want us to stay together? Yes, like Oga accused me last time. Where are you? You are this today, you are this tomorrow. Let me tell you where I stand. I stand and I say it over and over again, in as much as I want us to stay together. But the way Nigeria is going, let everybody go their separate ways. I don't want us to go our separate ways, but I don't see no future.
But if I interrogate you as to what our separate ways mean, I don't even know if you really care about that. I mean, if I was to really go and say, what does separate ways mean? Of a nation of, wait, let me put the question. A nation of around 500 different ethnicities. What does go your separate ways account to?
Soviet Union. Really? How many countries they made out of Soviet Union?
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah.
I mean,
I have no idea.
Again, a lot of countries.
Let me say
my
this.
brother, what I said
doesn't make sense.
Listen, what I said is this. Somebody in the east is suffering, somebody in the north is suffering, somebody in the south somewhere is suffering. Everybody is suffering, right? But we are not even helping each other. When I said that, if they can come together and do something, but you see, these people don't want to do anything. Either they revisit our constitution. You've been saying regional government. Some people agree, some people don't agree. Somebody said, can we try something else? When I was coming back, a lot of people were giving opinion. Can we try something else? This democracy is not working. We haven't even tried anything. This democracy is not working for us. So for how long are we going to continue to stay like this? And I hate when people say, hey, it might not happen in our own time. So I have to suffer. I have to suffer in my own time.
If you see,
that's my brother. Come on now.
You
might not happen in my own time. It might happen in the 20
Let
generations.
me say this. Let me
Come
say
on
this.
now.
If that's your point, which I respect a lot, right? So again, for me, I don't really have problems that will give us solution for what we want, but I know very well it will not give us solution. You see all this one, we are not the same people. There is something fundamental about black unity. We are not getting it. Haiti is 12 million people, black. How come they are not finding, there is no success? See, there is a lot about the division of how Africa raised. Look at South Africa, what they are doing to black people. That's why, for me, I still believe if you divide Nigeria, bro, nothing will change. It will still go into crisis. It's the same thing. See, the regional government, I so much believe in that if it's implemented correctly, we can have success. At least 3 regions will do well. Let the other region learn from the 3 regions. Then they wake up. And you see, the idea of we going to Abuja every month is BS. It's not sustainable. So empower region. Let region have some level of independence. Let region have resource control. If you want to do it with state, you can do it. And really regional, what's it called? Really look at the local government and give them some level of power. Develop more power to the state, the governor, give them some level of independence. See,
what I'm confused about is AY. I would think you know this already. The governors have a lot of power in their hands. The only area, if you ask me, they probably don't have power in is security. In terms of, and even then, today, was it how long ago? I literally saw a state, the police in a state, it's supposed to be national police, but their uniform is different. Completely different. Not like your everyday national police. If you go to different states, they basically wear different uniforms. So where is the so-called national police you're talking about?
If the states have power to provide light, that would be a real catalyst for development. The security issue is not secondary; it's very important. But they're not going to get that. They're not going to get that because that's a lot more. The power that all the states need is power to create their own electricity. Because if they were to do that, they can strongly invite multinational companies to come in and assist them in producing in each of the states. That would change everything.
Let me finish what I was saying. See, like a state train station, train line was derailed recently, not because of banditry, but because they stole the materials of the rail track. And in terms of regional governance, the governors have ability to raise revenue. They have ability to pass their own laws. They have ability to generate electricity. They have ability to do everything. The only thing they don't have control over is natural resources that is under the ground. They have ability to control some natural resources, actually, like farming and all those things. They can control it in the sea. That's natural resources. But the things underneath the ground, they don't necessarily have ability. And it's mostly oil, really. The rest of the other things, they tend to have some control over it, but they are not capitalizing on it. My own take about this idea of breaking up the country is that I think if you are going to suffer, I think we'd rather suffer together than suffer separately. Because the truth is that almost every other African country is suffering anyway. So breaking up is just going to lead you to suffer separately. What is the difference? At least if you suffer together, rather than suffering alone, isn't that the whole point of life? And there is one condition that is better than the other, and one condition has more potential than the other. And being separate and suffering just leaves us in the condition that we were before, just after the colonial powers arrived, where they can do whatever they like with us again. But if we are together and suffering, at least there's a chance that when we are together, we could be triggered into a position whereby we actually fight back and get our own sovereignty back. For me, that's where the advantage is in staying together than going apart. That, like I said, AY, you argue for regional government all the time, but where is the advantage of having a regional government that they don't have already in the states now? Not even regions, the states even have much of those powers now already. I saw it in Nigeria. They are all showing the power that the states have.
You see, let me tell you, if you go study countries that have region, you see this idea people share every time. Oh, we are different. We are different. Based on that, create regional government. That would be to be like a proper confederation. If a Yoruba man will not blame an Hausa for not developing his land, an Igbo person will not blame Kanuri for not developing his land. Let Igbo deal with Igbo region. Let them develop their region. Let them use their resources. Federal government have limited control in form of the military and the other big stuff. You see, that will help the country to develop fast, in my opinion. It's okay now. Igbo love Peter Obi. Let Peter Obi be a regional leader. Let him develop the Igbo. Yoruba can look for their best. Let them develop the Yoruba land. Hausa, same thing. The only region that is even a bit stiff is going to be like the South and the Middle Belt, because of they are not like one tribe, single tribe. But in that way, they can still work together to make sure their region is developed. Of course, also have all the resources. So the idea of
that's not because you never heard of Modokeke, Ife and Modokeke rivalry. When they start,
I know those stuff will come up. I know those stuff will come up. See, the way Nigeria is structured, I feel it. One day we are going to look at this region and say, this is the way to go.
That we waste time. We wasted time, and not only that, this forefather of a person, he's rather myopic. You speak about the Swiss arrangement politically. That's regionalism right there for you.
Yeah.
But you don't seem to see it. You see, oh, Switzerland's successful. Let's pick up that. It's not good enough. You don't analyze anything. The way you think sometimes it pisses me off, because you're trying to make comparisons, and we're listening. You speak about Switzerland, good comparison in terms of what Switzerland's been able to achieve politically, but you don't see that that's regionalism for some strange reason. The regionalism that we had, that was the biggest growth in Nigeria's history, but you don't see that. All you see is that it didn't work. That's the kind of thing that comes out of your mouth. It didn't work. It wasn't allowed to work because Nigerians, like you, are stupid. I'm sorry to be like this, but I get...
You are coming here and insulting me, Jago.
I'm sorry to be like this.
Why do you struggle to
maintain
civility?
Listen.
Why do you struggle to maintain civility?
I'm not going to repeat it. I already said what I feel in terms of speaking to you in this way. But I don't believe we're serious. I believe that we're having a chit chat, and there's no time. You see,
what makes you think that what I just told you that states were regions on themselves? Is states, we have regions, 36 regions in Nigeria. They are behaving like regions themselves. The states.
No, that right now, by the time they've created states and operated an American system, we're not up for an American system. We're not up for that. You remember that after our independence, before that time, we had a British system. We carried this British system on for 6 years before it all imploded. And then we went into war. And then by the time the war was over, we created an American system. We're not Americans. We're Africans. And we're Africans that learned from the British. The Americans learned from the British, but they did things differently because they were fighting directly against the British in order to get their independence. Well, whereas we negotiated our independence from them. We didn't do the best of the negotiation, but we did a good job. We did a good job as far as Africa is concerned. Now, what we saw is within the South, we saw real progress, especially in our economy. And the progress that we saw, we didn't look at it like it was something. But the fact of the matter is, you don't know this because you weren't here in the UK. I used to see when I was growing up, made in Hong Kong, made in England, made in Germany, made in Nigeria. I used to see all that shit when I was a young boy. You don't even think to see anything like that these days. You can't even imagine it. But that's where we got to within no time. We got there within no time. Yet, because it's already happened and we think we know what we're talking about, it's the past, and use that idiotic Nigerian context. I don't know if I like Nigerians. I don't know if I like them because they don't like themselves.
What makes you think is idiotic? Are you sure?
It's idiotic.
If you are the one, hold on. Are you sure if you are the one that simply refuses to learn from the past, that wants to make the mistake again, that is actually careless about risking the future.
When,
Because you can't
see?
say you are logical when you have tried a system that failed catastrophically.
Tried for how
That
long?
people are saying,
Okay,
hold on.
the system that we
They
tried.
tried it for 6 years.
Wait,
It was
let me come back at you.
hold on. They tried it
You're
for
saying the
6
same thing.
years.
You're saying what I critiqued you for.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. They tried it for 6 years, and this system that we have now, that is the craziest one, is the only one that has remained stable enough for how many years now? 26, 27 years.
What's
the other
stable?
one lasted 6 years, and the
What kind
country
of stable
almost
were you
imploded.
talking? Nah, bro, I don't.
Without resulting into a civil war.
I don't follow it. I don't follow what you're saying.
Fofana, what do
Let me
you
finish. You know, I've just come here. I've been listening. Let me speak because of what forefathers is saying. You say when you 6 years is not enough time to say that we tried something, especially when we're now on our own. But you believe it's sufficient. I don't. We had time, especially as separate regions of Nigeria, to get it right. Getting it right should tell us that, one, we need to change the map of Nigeria, the internal map of Nigeria, that is not the Western map that they left us with, because there are people that aren't being represented. In the West, what was the West? You can see we allowed for the Midwest to come through as people who did not want to be in the West with the Yorubas. The Yorubas were magnanimous enough not to have a war over that issue. They had the Midwest as they were asking for. This is a region of different varying peoples. However, they were
magnanimous enough.
Wait. They were much closer.
The Edo people, they are magnanimous enough to let the Edo people go.
No,
you hear yourself?
the Yorubas didn't have a war over it, is what I'm saying. They didn't have a war
But they were
over
never meant to. They never owned them.
Don't argue of nonsense. Please let me continue, Joe, because you're just going to be opening your mouth for nothing. And I don't mean to be
you are saying stuff
ravenous.
that doesn't make sense.
Fofana,
let him finish. The kind of language you are using.
All right.
No, because if he's talking, he needs to be challenged. You can't just be saying stuff, insulting people, and expect to get away with it.
Challenge me if you wish, but not on minutiae. What I'm saying is that there was a separation in the West, creating the Midwest. That's what I'm saying, and it went smoothly. You understand? Now, part of that, the redrawing of that map was the Middle Belt in itself. That map, the whole North is far too big geographically, and it doesn't give us in the South a real connotation of the differences of people there, because the whole of the South being one would have been a clearer way to go as the South. But because of our own level of pride in the South, which is far too much for anybody to countenance, we now had 3 regions in the South, and we had one big North, whereas the North is at least, I don't know, you can get at least 5 regions out of the North, but let's say Hausa, Kanuri, and the whole Middle Belt. 3, yeah? We never did that. Nobody had the consciousness to do that. It's taken us nearly 60 years to even figure it out, and it's not figured out right now. You see, I believe that we're not conscious. We don't even know how to think. What we know how to do is copy. Instead of thinking about the country that we're actually in and how to perfect this nation coming together. Countrymen, we don't think like that. And it's always repeated on this. My brother, forefather, when I listen to you, and I don't mean just to be critical, but when I listen to you, I see no new thinking. I see thinking that you want to paste from elsewhere, cut and paste from elsewhere. It gives no thinking to what Nigeria is. I'm a man that's traveled Nigeria, the whole north, west, south, and east. And I know the differences. I remember the first time I went to the east, like as a grown man, and I could see that this is a completely different country than the west. It's actually a different country. I went to the north. My goodness, it's a different country. It's a different country. So now the question is, how do we bring this thing together? Because it's not that any part of Nigeria doesn't have its worth. You have never asked yourself that question. I can tell you've never asked yourself that question because of how you present yourself here. You've never asked
Because,
yourself that question.
okay, now, let me say something. I think what you are saying
Yes,
here
please.
is because of your perception, and from the way you perceive things is in the old ways that you perceive things. Your reality is based on. Let me make that clear to you, because I'm going to
I've said
present it.
everything I've said now is the
Let
old
me
ways.
present it based on evidence. Let me
Nah, man,
present it
that's
based on
cheap.
evidence.
That's cheap.
It's in the old
You
ways.
didn't hear what I said.
Let me start from where you finished. Now, let me start from where you finished. You said you went to one point of Nigeria to another, and it's a totally different country. How many countries do you go to? You don't see that same pattern. You go to one region of a country, and you go to another region of a country. They are totally different. If you go to the East Coast,
no, brother, I can tell you.
Hold on,
I
let
can
me
tell
finish.
you,
Let me finish,
England
please.
and
Let
Scotland.
me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish
No,
what I'm saying.
but you're saying things.
There don't
Okay,
need to be
you
going
go
on. Let
on,
me
you go
finish
on,
what I'm
and
saying.
instead of being able
Let
to
me finish what I'm
develop
saying.
what I'm saying,
Let
you're
me
now
finish
just
what
trying
I'm
to
saying. You are responding. You are
continue.
trying to say that I'm responding to something else, but let me finish what I'm saying. The point is that if you go to the coastal regions of America and you go to the Bible Belt and all those areas like the Mississippi and all, they are very, very different people, very, very different way of life. Completely, they don't even they hate each other. Actually, the Mississippi people abhor the coastal regions, and the coastal regions look down on the Mississippi people. So to say that they are all the same, it's not true. Most countries have that
That's a
similarity.
failed
And
argument.
if you hold on, let me finish.
Failed, bro.
If you are
I give
trying,
you
let
an
me
F
finish. Yes, I failed.
for
Hey,
that
we are
Can you
not
argument.
be
much.
quiet? You
Let's
are
calm
marking
down. Let's
yourself.
calm down,
Look
please.
at
We are
him;
not
he's
much
marking
here.
himself. Then, if you go on and start
No.
saying that,
I'm being
can you let me
serious.
see? He's not letting me talk now. He's not letting me talk, and this is what the one that causes problems. Let me finish what I'm saying. If you are saying that it's because they speak a different language in the south east, yeah, they speak a different language, but we also have a common language that we speak, which is the English language that we already speak. If you are existing in a certain consciousness, to pretend as if that consciousness doesn't exist is lacking awareness. The consciousness, we all have a common language that we communicate with within that country. For you to say, because you won't move from one part of the country to the other, though the Italians that move from New Jersey to North Carolina say, I'm so in a different country now because North Carolinians are totally different from New Jersey. That's not what they do. Even if they are Italians and they are not exactly the same as the Anglo-Saxons that probably occupy New Jersey. The same thing in the UK itself that you look at. If you move from London to the Scouser, they are not exactly the same. If you move from UK to Birmingham, the way they speak, they sound very different. They have different ways of doing things.
Okay, you
So
said
for
it.
you to
I
just say
understand
because you
you.
move
I
from one point
understand
to
it.
another,
I understand
they are
you.
not
Let
the
me come
same
back. Now, what
countries.
you're saying is
It doesn't
simple.
make sense.
Okay, what you're saying is extremely
Hold on,
simple.
breaking news. UK Prime Minister expected to resign
I
on
saw
Monday.
it. Yeah, I saw that.
Wow. Yes,
So,
Tama.
Father will be the next prime minister.
I said it. I said it
I'm
earlier.
glad to see he's back, actually. He's a useless man.
Father will
I
be the
Who do
hope
you say
next.
is
Andy
gonna be the
Burnham makes
next?
it to the
Who do you
top.
say is gonna
Hi,
be the next Prime
everyone.
Minister?
I think Andy Burnham
It's
is
gonna be
Hello, we know the CEO.
promising.
You don't need to
Hey,
say
Listen,
welcome.
me.
Miri, we know the CEO, darling. Make you bring
No,
picture.
you have to get some diamonds to see me.
No, let the show be
You know
light
what?
with two
Contribute
lovely
to the
women.
platform, then I'll show
We're
my
to have
face.
two lovely women.
Just contribute, show your love to forefathers, and then I'll show my face.
No, I'm not
That's
easy today.
that's
Today
the
I'm completely
condition.
fed
Show
up.
your love to forefather, then see
You're
you show
None of
your
your
just
ministers,
insulting.
none of your ministers stay up to 1 year or 2 years. They will resign.
Australia is the worst. UK is even
You
good.
see,
Australia is the
my
worst.
friends,
Guys, I
my
want to
friend.
contribute to Abi. You guys don't want me to
Yeah,
talk.
yeah.
Okay, make you enter.
Welcome,
Before I
hello.
scatter your show for
Women
you,
first.
Anyways,
Welcome.
me, I was JJ. Okay, forefathers, good evening, sir. Hello, Ayo. Hello, Ify. Hello, Mr. Jago. So I was in the background listening. I don't know what Ibo Osha must have said, but whatever he has said, I don't think that he has said the words more than a lot of people in Nigeria. Yeah, there are a lot of Nigerians on the social media saying all sorts of things. I don't support violence, but I'm saying, what is it that he had said that will make the rain fall? Yeah. So if he says something, then it's going to cause a war. How about things that are said and some Igbos are being quiet? I'm not trying to be tribalistic now. I'm just saying, what's that English they normally say? What's good for the geese is good for the Gandhi, huh? So is it whose body dead body is good for Suya, huh? Is it one particular part of Nigeria, huh? I'm asking. It's not good to be unfair to anybody in Nigeria. Nobody's no tribe's body is good for Suya. Nobody is above the law in Nigeria. If someone is committed crime, they should be punished by the law of Nigeria, of the law of the land. Otherwise, it's not fair. So now, if he's saying that certain people are causing trouble in the land, the law should take its full course. I support that. So because if he says something like that, although I've not listened to him, so heaven should fall. For what? So now, is it some innocent Igbo people, some of my election in no one is looking for them. So those ones should be quiet. This thing is not fair. If you people want Nigeria to work, this inequality should stop. It should be buried forever. How is it possible that the East is different from you say the Eastern part is so different, Yoruba side is so different, Hausa side is so different? What about Switzerland? If we want this country to work, it will work. But as long as some people think that they are better than anyone else, it's never going to work, okay? Nigeria can work only if the citizens have decided that it's going to work. But to say, don't talk, if you talk, there will be war. For what? Which war? Is there anything that we will see in our eyes we tear to pieces that we've not seen before? Was there not a Biafran war? Huh? Please, people should stop this. If someone is committed crime, if he's hanging, I was just pissed by that. That's my own.
Yeah, thank
but
you.
I believe that Nigeria can work if we all come together. We have things that can make us to be similar and divide us. I can see it. That's for me. I'm not speaking for everyone else. But if you see countries, they have similarities of things that can bring them together. Unless some people are benefiting from our divisions, then it will never work. But until everyone see pink and call it pink, and see purple and call it purple, and stop being tribal bigots, religious bigots, it will never work. It will. Never be president.
Sorry, no,
Those words are an abomination. Should never be said. How do you think other people will? I hate injustice. I hate injustice. If anybody commits crime, let them deal with the person. Nothing will happen. No heaven will fall. In fact, imagine if everyone should gather now and say they are going to deal with all these bandits. Do you think they will survive?
They won't.
They
won't survive. Thank you.
Let me simply say 1 minute. Sincerely, I don't think any Nigeria is saying don't deal with the bandit or the terrorists or anybody disturbing the peace of the country.
Some people are saying that too.
I think my whole point, as I also raised, I also said something was, you see, my fear in Nigeria with the Fulani bandits ravaging the country is it will not get to a point where you will just see innocent Fulani also on the road. They will just buy them. And that will push the country to civil war. The moment you start doing that, you know what will happen? They will reply in the north. That's how crisis starts. So somebody like Sunday Igboho is a non-state actor. If he threatens, I'm going to go and be slaughtering people. If you catch bandits in the bush, the terrorists, honestly, I don't mind. Violate them. Like you have evidence, yeah, these people were involved in kidnapping, killing people. All this what government are saying we are reintegrating bandit terrorists is foolish. You need to create a special court to deal with this animal doing this. Stop saying you are rehabilitating them, you are putting them back into the society. In the West, for example, if anybody is involved in rape cases, they will even monitor you. You are a threat to the society. Talk less of somebody that has killed people. You are reintegrating them into the society. If they tell you, like, that's not the right way to go, you have to show deterrent.
Well, you know,
How can somebody kill somebody?
Let me put a question to you.
For them. Why are you making excuse for them? Yeah, sorry, Jim.
What kind of thinking do you reckon is allowing somebody to say to integrate or rehabilitate bandits, criminals, terrorists into the army? Where does that thinking come from, in your estimation? Talk the truth.
Honestly, for me, I think it's more tribal, my people. It's sentiment, it's my people. Because if you look at...
let me ask a direct question. Do we have any particular evidence of anyone that was a former bandit now in the military? Do we have one soldier that we can
last
pinpoint?
week, I saw a video where they said they are repentant bandit, they are reintegrated into the society. I don't know.
Yeah, but the army, but people keep saying this military one. That they take bandits and put them inside military. Do we have one soldier that we can say that is the case?
So what are you asking, forefathers? Are you suggesting that it's not happening?
Are you? Yes, I'm suggesting that if you don't have evidence, you can't make such a statement because it's a very grievous statement.
So tell me this: have you ever heard any politician in Nigeria say such thing? And where are those politicians from, if you have?
That have said that bandits are joining the military?
Oh, God.
The military one...
It's not confusing.
You can repeat it just so that we are on the same page. I don't want to repent to something that is big, like you like to do.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay.
Can I say something?
Me repeating it is like this. I don't believe you're being honest. I don't have any proof of an individual who I can name who has been rehabilitated into the army or anywhere else. Where my process of thinking comes from is from the news that comes out of Nigeria. And I've heard politicians from the north, largely of Fulani heritage, who speak this. Have you heard the same?
No, I've never heard them say
You've never heard.
there is a terrorist. Yes,
anybody else on the panel?
Can you let me finish? Let me repeat what I'm saying. I've never heard them say that a terrorist that was rehabilitated was recruited into the Nigerian military. Not one. I've never heard it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I've heard
Nobody.
So, have you heard?
Okay.
One other, I don't know how you're missing the news.
I have no proof about it, but I've heard
exactly, just like myself.
No, people have said it, but no politician has said it.
AY and Ifi.
Well, sincerely, I've listened to Nigeria online say such stuff. I did no evidence. I didn't see it on TV. I didn't see it from the military. I didn't see it from anywhere. But if that is going on, people don't understand. For somebody to key one, key two, key three, key four.
Hold on. This is a very serious point, actually. Where did we hear it on TV that they said they recruited a soldier into the military that was a former terrorist?
I've heard it on the news from politicians, as I've said. Clearly.
Politicians have said if you're quiet, our brothers, they don't have to.
I've heard about it. I've heard about it.
Yes.
I don't know you other people. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what AY and Forefather are just talking. Just using mic for
the
free.
politicians are saying it that they can't.
They should both be paying for what they say.
They said it can be useful if they repent. Politicians say it even on the TV. It's not a hidden thing. It's not a hidden thing.
I don't see it.
But that is not the same as saying they actually recruit them into the Nigerian military. If anything, the Nigerian military has come up and said, no, this is fake news, that they don't recruit former bandits into military, that what they could do, or terrorists, what they could do is have them share information, their tactics of what they do
Let me ask you
inside
another question
use
then.
for terrorism,
Let me ask you
but
another
not to
question.
have them recruited into the military.
How
All
will
right.
they even know?
Wait, no,
How will
leave
they know?
him. If that's the case, tell me, the Nigerian army of the years of military rule and the Nigerian army today, what is compromising them? What is compromising the Nigerian army? What brings the Nigerian army status from where it used to be to what it is now?
What status did they used to have that was so hard?
Let me answer the question.
I don't know.
He doesn't even
I
understand
research
the
on
question
this.
I'm
Let me
posing.
answer the question. You see, during the military
Listen.
regime, the Nigerian military loyalty was to the country. You see, during Obasanjo government, the moment he came in as civilian president, that was when he restructured the military. He directed the leadership so the loyalty would be with the president. He was the first person that, because of the money he gave out, a lot of stuff he gave out. That's why even today, look at Tinubu government, for example. If you are not loyal to him, he cannot put you into the military security apparatus. So that's not what it's supposed to be. Military loyalty is supposed to be to the country. If you watch exactly what is happening in Iran, RRGC, despite they have some level of loyalty to the supreme leader,
I don't think that's answering the question. I think that's mucking about with language, which is what people like. The question was direct. You see, when you have an army that has such a famed name in the African continent, and it's at a certain level that every country in Africa respected the Nigerian army, every country. It wasn't maybe Libya and maybe another country had a more powerful army than Nigeria, South Africa maybe, but no other. And in terms of West Africa, it was highly lauded across the world. And we could see why, as much as we all suffered under military rule. What I'm asking is, from that point of training, that point of levels of accomplishment, that point of trust that nations had about the Nigerian army is failing in its own country. The thing that it could do in Liberia and Sierra Leone in bringing about a peaceful end to conflict was seen that Nigerian army was a serious force in Africa. Today, we are not a serious force even in Nigeria. What did that? What did that? If not,
You're mistaken. You see,
I'm not
your
mistaken.
I'm giving you my opinion.
Okay.
From where I see it, you are mistaking a military that was never strong enough for becoming weaker because they are facing a different adversary. That's what you are mistaking. The people, the kind of entities Nigeria was encountering were not the kind of threats that Nigerian military is facing now. And maybe this will be a clarifying question, actually, because clearly you literally think the military has the capacity to deal with these terrorists. They don't. America hasn't been able to. Israel hasn't been able to. Israel doesn't have mercy, but they haven't been able to do it. So you have to understand the nature of the beast. What we are talking about, African countries, yes, compared to African countries, Nigerian military is stronger. Even today, we are stronger than most African military. That's why we are able to go to the Republic and reverse the coup very quickly. Even recently, it still happened. But you can't, this is a problem. That's why I said this problem is going to be quite clarifying. You can't conflate that with what is happening in the country with the terrorism that we are facing. Because
Look,
if you are following the news, hold on, Jago, if you are following the news, you should know that no matter how much military technology you have, or discipline you have, or technology you have, it's not going to make any difference until you have the numbers and take over the land. Nothing will work.
I disagree with you, and I disagree with your taking it. I understand what you're saying in terms of terrorism and how terrorism is like a guerrilla warfare that you don't know where it's coming from or why it's coming. And with the present warfare that we have with terrorists that are making our country extremely unstable, it is not rocket science, because there is intelligence and there are ways of battling these people. That doesn't mean that you are at war with two different sides, so to speak. There are many factions of terrorism that are operating in Nigeria and the rest of West Africa. Now, when you see that, somebody like me, who thinks clearly and doesn't think with a jumbled mind, in that crazy place called Nigeria, the people who were suffering this thing, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, who have been suffering the same rubbish for a long time, I would have joined them. I would have shown them, or not shown them, discussed with them exactly how we're going to get rid of this thing and how we're going to get to the bottom of it. Part of that is the American and Western inclusion for terrorism, including France and England. A second part of that is hardcore jihadism from Fulanis and Tuaregs. You know, these are the people. And then any other little levels. And we are going to target them. You're doing like it's some kind of rocket science. All fighting terrorists is just changing your modus. Any army that is worth their salt would know how to operate with them. And I don't give it the example of the Middle East because they're not doing it in any way. But I can show you that in Iran, there are no terrorists coming in there to do anything. Because the Iranian, wait, the Iranian army would know how to deal with terrorists in their land. They would know how to deal with it. You understand? So
bring the terrorist number down. Bring the terrorist number, bring the Iranian military number down to that of Nigeria. You see how they are going to be able to. They won't.
No, it's because they're serious about guarding their country. It's not about. I'm saying to you that there's a serious unseriousness about the way Nigeria is dealing with its problems. It's not serious. What are you talking about? Numbers ain't going to change shit because none of them are serious. I also
change. Why is it that we can't even see the truth on the ground? Why is it that your cities are safe? Hold on. Why is it that your cities are safe? Do you think we have intelligence in the cities? Hold on now. Hold on.
You're just speaking from your same hymn sheet.
Answer this question. It's a simple question, Jago. Your cities, do they need intelligence to protect the Nigerian cities from terrorists? Why is it that the terrorists don't like to go to the cities? Where the security officers
I found evidence. I believe in facts. Yeah.
Okay.
So I found.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. It's better than my man's silly question.
So it says yes, the Nigerian government has been rehabilitating former insurgents through a program called Operation Safe Corridor. Yeah, you hear that? But
yes, I've heard that.
How you missed all of that out? I don't know how.
Calm down, Chagu, calm down.
I don't believe that you haven't heard
your
that.
Jagun. Calm down your Jagun and let her finish reading.
We are trying to sort things out. We are one family here. Yeah. It says, yes, the Nigerian government has been rehabilitating former insurgents through a program called Operation Safe Corridor. The official integration of these individuals directly into the Nigerian armed forces is a subject of intense controversy, public outcry, and allegations. And you know there is no smoke without fire. I'm saying that. Evidence and context surrounding this issue include official rehabilitation framework. Through Operation Safe Corridor, the government has radicalized and rehabilitated thousands of low-risk surrender former combatants from groups like Boko Haram. Participants undergo physiosocial support and vocational training before being released back into society. So there are denials of integration. The Nigerian military and defense officials, including Minister of Defense Christopher Musa, have formally stated that the goal of the initiative is leniency for those forced into terrorism. Can you see leniency? And have denied that the former terrorists are actively being enlisted into the military.
Very good.
And military allegations. One moment. Despite official denials, there is significant public concern and widespread distrust. There have been circulating reports and viral allegations of specific ex-combatants receiving amnesty and being subsequently enlisted into military operations. Additionally, frontline soldiers fighting the insurgency have complained that these rehabilitation policies...
Are you hearing that?
Hold
Yes,
on.
I made the research.
Hold
I'm
on
reading
to
it
what? Again.
as a fact,
That's
yes.
We are
clarity.
not hearing anything. Don't, if you cannot, just calm down. Let her finish.
I'm done now. So
Please.
when there is no smoke without fire, okay, I do believe that these things happen. And I have this thing to say. I have to get it off my chest. Please, guys, let me. I'm saying, when I say what's good for the goose is good for the gander, they're saying, Mr. Ayo is saying, AY, that, oh, don't upset some people, some insurgencies. I'm not attaching them to any group now. That's me. Destroying Nigeria, attacking Nigerians, and that there should be no. If what Iboho says happens, heaven will come down. And my question now is, because this is the truth, and I fear no one, and I speak this truth even to the grave, that. So what happened to the people when there was Operation Python dance? Was it not a voice crying in the wilderness? And then someone goes to gun them down, regardless what power they have. So those families, are they supposed to wage war against the government? Should there be civil war for that? Are they not human beings? They have 20 heads. Are they better than boss? Are they better than them? I'm asking.
Let me.
This thing has
hello.
to stop. Oh, it has to stop.
Hello.
Please,
hello,
I'm begging
hello.
you guys. I
Hello,
want
hold on.
Nigeria to
Hello.
work. I
Hello,
love
hello.
Nigeria, but
Hello.
I don't like injustice for anybody.
Isimire, please. I think you are misquoting me actually. You see,
I'm not misquoting you. I'm trying to
let me
put the two together.
reiterate what.
Thank you, sir.
If you go back to Nigeria Civil War, part of the issue that led to Nigeria Civil War was the killing of the Igbos in the north. People don't understand that. So that killing was what really raised the hunger level so high that when you start targeting a tribe and you start killing them, the other people will not go and sit down. It's just like, for example, if the Northerners, the Hausa Fulani decide to say, we start killing Yoruba in the north, you think Yoruba are going to sleep? Or you start killing Igbo in the north? Igbo will look for the Northerner in the east and kill them too. So
I'm talking about
that
the
really
one. Get me right. I'm talking about recent issue that happened now. If we
is the
say
same
we will spare this child because this will happen.
Okay,
I believe that anyone that is done wrong, regardless where they come, freaking area in Nigeria, should pass through the law.
Okay, do you know? Let me ask you. Do you know what Sodegbo said? Do you know what he said? I don't think you understand what he said. He said that if the people are not released, he will start killing the Fulani across the Yoruba land. That's a wrong statement to make.
That is wrong.
But you can say, I will start looking for the terrorists, the bandits in the Yoruba forest, I kill them. That's a correct statement. When you measure a tribe, you start killing Fulani, you are going to lead the country to a civil war. That's what I'm cautioning people about.
Okay, my
we
bad.
don't need
you.
We don't need a civil war. It's not going to help any of us. We are going to pay for it. The trauma coming from civil war is too much.
She says she misunderstood you.
I understand.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Let
me just say this to you, forefather, if I may.
One moment, please, guys. I thought
it's okay. Hello, it's okay. We understand you guys. Let me say this: the statement that was just read.
Take my voice, please. Let me finish.
Hold on, let Hello finish, please.
I'll just keep quiet after that, please, sir. Thank you very much. I'm making this straight now. I thought maybe it's about the issue was that Iboho was condemning the terrorists and stuff like that. I'm not attaching the terrorism to any particular group of people. I just believe that it's high time for these people to be arrested. It has to stop. I've had enough. So I thought maybe he's trying to pamper those people and say if anyone touches those people destroy Nigeria with guns, that there will be civil war.
Yeah, I agree
But
with
if
you.
you all said
100%.
to go and kill innocent Fulanis, I do not support that.
Yeah,
I don't support that at all.
that's what me I'm again. You see, there is something
Okay,
there.
it's been understood. I need to continue the conversation where it was before we
Okay,
go
go
up
ahead.
up
Go ahead.
tangent. The reason why I said what I said, hopefully you guys still remember. There has been a change in the Nigerian army, and I believe what Insimeri just read is the major catalyst to our problems right now. Unfortunately, the politicians and the army itself is responsible for the insecurity in the country. And it's got very little to do with numbers, as Forefather always talks. It has more to do with the truth of the matter and the intelligence that the army has. I believe that the problems in Nigeria that are to do with insecurity are 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 solely to do with these two factors of our politicians and army, who are basically the heads of our security faculties. Now, we can see that the armies in the Sahel of the three countries, AES countries, they are stretched, seriously stretched, as to how they are dealing with their terrorist problems. However, they are still managing well enough in that they have gotten rid largely of the Western input into the security of their land, because they invited France to do a job. France said that they were going to do a job. The only thing France did was to start digging out the wealth of these countries. That's what they did for several years. So when these people took over the military, they kicked them the hell out. And now they are dealing with the issue themselves, that they can trust their army to really attack. At the same time, they are looking after their economy the best way they possibly can, given the issues that they have. Now, I don't know why this isn't clear in people's minds. I don't know why people like to confuse and politicize things and just talk rubbish at the end of the day. The military in Nigeria is sufficient to take care of the terrorist problem in the land if they are not compromised. But because
Can I ask you a simple question?
Go for it, man.
Can you name one country with the proportion of military versus the civilian population that has had the terrorist problem?
I won't argue with you. I won't argue with you about that. Nigerian security as a whole needs to be heft up from the police to the army and to our rapid response units to do with.
Then what is disagreement then?
Wait. Let me finish. The rapid response units of the fire and ambulance units. These things are not correctly funded because the Nigerian government do not see it as a serious issue enough. They can borrow this money and borrow that money, but they won't invest in their army, police, and security units. It's very simple. It's not rocket science the way you are trying to propagate it to be.
Are you saying that they should buy? Are you saying? I'm not saying. Actually, I'm actually saying it's very simple. We already have the people. We already have the security. Proof of concept in the cities. It's a very simple thing. We've already shown that the Nigerian security forces can secure a city. All we need to do is scale it up. That's all.
They're not really securing the city. When these people are ready to take over the cities, they will do so, given the way it's going. All it is a matter of time. The fact they're in mine in your villages should be a sufficient enough warning for either the government to start focusing on the rural areas, or indeed to arm its people. If they don't do one or the other, then it's going to continue failing.
Yes,
If my village
let me add this to the point you just made. If the cities are going to fall, is because the terrorists have gained strength from consuming the countryside and the suburbs.
Again, that's the point I just made. I said eventually they'll get there. No, wait, forefather. You don't have to say.
My point is that hold on. My point I made was that they should scale up from the city to all the outskirts too. And you are saying that they are not capable of securing the city because they sooner or later they will make it to the city.
I'm saying
clearly. The reason why they can make it to the city because they didn't push them back at the suburbs. That's why they will keep coming in.
Well, no, it's not just that. It's a question of power and intelligence in terms of what is being organized by these terrorists. You know, sometimes we don't understand, me included, don't understand why terrorists are even in Nigeria. But the fact is, they are in Nigeria. They're being propagated with some level of intelligence that seems that it's greater than the intelligence that the Nigerian army themselves have. So they're 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of the Nigerian army in terms of what they are doing. The Nigerian army, unfortunately, seems like they're dragging their feet as far as securing the country is concerned. So once the go ahead is stated by these terrorists, entering into a city doesn't mean shit. It just means that more people will die. You're saying what I'm saying in a different way, and you think you're making an argument. You're not making an argument. I'm saying that the way our country is going wrong and then wronger is because they are not really tackling the issue. They don't care about the issue. If they cared about the issue over the last 4 years or whatever it might be, instead of what Tinubu did in wanting to fight governments, no matter if they are military
what
or
are they tackling? You are going sideways.
You didn't finish listening. You did not.
That they're supposed to tackle. No, you're talking about government. This thing.
Unfortunately, you didn't take your time to listen, which is a shame. But it's what you do, so we know.
But you are going to another tangent. You're not focusing on the point.
I'm focusing on the point. I don't believe you are. I'm saying if there was any seriousness with the present Nigerian government or with the former Nigerian government, which comes from the same idiotic party, which is why Nigerians are crazy, if you ask me, to vote the same party that has made such mistakes for the past 8 years to reintroduce another idiot from that same party to continue the rubbish. As he himself said, instead of looking to go to war with Niger, which was the whole thinking of an idiot, where you can know that he positioned himself with the French, with the West, instead of with Africans. He would have joined those said African countries who were actually doing the job of fighting terrorists. It's a very simple thing that you seem to be confused about. I'm not confused like you, and I would never enter into your level of confusion because it's clear.
I have a question for you, sir.
You say what?
I have a question for you, sir.
I still didn't hear you, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Much better.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, who do you think is arming the bandits and training them? Because for you to be able to carry AK-47, you must be able to know how to shoot. Who do you think is training those people? And what do you think is giving them confidence to go to cities and do the unthinkable? Who is empowering them in our society? Because I do believe that Nigeria can wipe them out if they want to. So what's happening? Because this is getting out of hand.
They are not going to cities, though. That's the problem. They are not going to cities because they know if they go there.
Where they went to, is it not Ankwara?
It's not the cities. I saw the video that Dr. W is played here. The man said they don't have anybody in that area. And that's why Lamido came from Abuja to say that they're going to recruit 1,000 there. The signs are everywhere. They don't have people there. That is the problem. And I keep saying this for years, and our people keep arguing. Why is it that the national security advisor from Abuja comes to that area and say, we'll recruit 1,000 in this area? because they know that's the problem. There's nobody there to protect our people.
Are you saying bandits are not in the cities, snatching people, forefathers? All around Nigeria, not just in the north.
Compared to the areas they attack 40% difference or 50% difference. The areas they target the outskirts the most. Most of the devastating attacks are in the outskirts.
The F-1 to come to the city. That's what I'm talking about. The F-1, they go.
The city ones tend to be hit, like terrorist bombing, those type of things. That's because they don't have time in the city. And that's what you want to do.
But they are with guns. There's no mercy for anyone that carries gun to shed blood. There's no mercy.
That one you don't. Me, I'm not in any business of having mercy for any terrorists. You have to deal with them where they show up. First of all, we have to deny them time. They're having too much time to kidnap 40 children and hire downfall, and they carry them to this, maybe with a conductor too, stopping and picking up more. I don't know what they are doing because nobody seems to stop them. They just travel and go to wherever they take the children into, and nobody knows when they are. Do you know how many hours it takes to reach where they are going? And nobody is able to stop them. That cannot. It just shows you that there's so much large spaces in Nigeria that is ungoverned. There's nobody there.
Forefathers, are you telling me that when those people had the children and they were asking that money should be deposited in a bank in Benin, that the government could not track the bank account, contact the Benin government, and catch these people? How? I don't understand. Sometimes I'm shivering.
That's a very good question, actually.
How
it's a very subtle but very, very solid question.
And get away with it, and then we will now come and say the election. They will campaign. I don't understand. Without this, it's just that Nigeria will not survive. Nigeria will not survive until whatever shenanigan is going on is destroyed. When I mean destroyed, what's good for the geese is good for the gander. As Nnamdi is giving life, I'm not being tribal now. I'm saying if you're going to give people that penalty, if you're carrying a gun and you have shed blood, you should be eradicated from the surface of the earth. There's no mercy. There should be no mercy.
Whether you ask a question that we don't want to let go.
Hausa or Igbo, I don't care. If you carry gun and kill another person by our law, bye.
That question you asked about, where did they pay to? Whose account did they pay to? That is a very valid point, because I don't know how they do it. Maybe if he wants to share something with us, how does that happen?
You people are going far. Why are you people even going far? Gumi told you people that the federal government knows where these people are. They know them by their names and by their faces.
That is not the answer to the question.
Hold on.
Because why don't they close the account? Why don't they close the account?
Hold on. Why would you even get to that point that a terrorist will tell you where to pay money into? I don't even understand. How did we even get to that point that a terrorist will tell a government where to pay the money? How does this thing even sound?
I think they are using cash. I think they are using cash now.
This is ridiculous.
I think they may be using cash, because I remember they were saying they count the money. They use cash.
That the government doesn't want to do anything about this insecurity, to be honest with you.
Simple.
They don't want to do anything.
Complicit.
On that front, I agree.
Remember, somebody asked a question on the floor of National Assembly. Who gave the order to evacuate the police in that school where students were kidnapped? I think in Borneo.
There you go.
Who gave the order? Up to today, they haven't answered. Who gave the order?
Okay, good. It's a fair question to ask, but it will be very misunderstood. Madam, let's be careful. See, just because somebody gives an order doesn't mean they are implicated in terrorist action.
About security.
Hear me out. Hear what I'm saying.
Let the person come up and speak and tell us why he made that decision.
Let me give you a scenario. The Nigerian military is stretched everywhere. I think we don't understand the situation our military is facing. They are stretched everywhere. What if, there's another village that they are threatening, and they need to go and protect. But this one, they've been protecting it for a month or so. The terrorists didn't come back anymore. So they start thinking, oh, this one, they are now safe because we protected this one. Let's go to the next one. By the time they go to the next one, this one gets hit again. That is the whack-a-mole situation we have been facing in Nigeria. I've been saying this. You have to have people everywhere, but people get at the question you're asking. The solution is have people everywhere. But I keep saying it, people will not believe.
Defend themselves.
Yeah, that's going to help.
Impossible way they can. And give these people jungle justice whichever way. It has to end.
You give hungry people guns, that's going to help. Oh, good. You have to have security forces everywhere so that you don't have to pull them away. Once they are there, the bandits show up. You know how American police, you've seen the movies now. American police, whenever they arrive at the bank robbery or whatever terrorists are operating, the moment the terrorists engage them, they will be firing. Before you know it, reinforcement will start showing up. That is what terrorists don't want. The moment they start engaging our security forces, then you get reinforcement. They are done. The case is closed. But if there is nobody there to come and reinforce any security force, or there is no security force at all, that's why they will carry 200 children, 100 children, and they get away with it.
You're a strange person, my brother. Do you know my cousin?
Strange, it's just a fact.
Let me say this. My cousin.
Am I not loud enough?
No, it's not that.
No,
it's
you're
just
loud
that
enough. It's just that the Pia Jaguar are too loud. Not louder.
What it is? If I can just say this, madam. My own cousin, they had their house robbed. They even had an idea of who robbed their house. My cousin went to the police station to go and put down the complaint and see what they would do. Do you know what the police said to him? After he explained his issue, he said, first, you need to put down 120,000 naira for us to begin the investigation. And then my cousin just left. That's why I said, Mio, if I'm in Nigeria, now AK-47, at least 5 of them will be in my possession. Simple. Because Nigeria is not a serious place. It's a place full of people like you who will talk to the highest level but can't do shit. Can't do anything. The way you speak, it just tells me that you can't do anything. Sometimes I listen to you and I think, you know what? It's good that there are people like Forefather who have a notion about the security deficit. They care about it. But as I listen to you, all your utterances are to us. They're not going to the Nigerian government. They're not going.
Why do you always do this? You and Forefathers back and forth.
I keep telling you, not for me to agree with you.
Two of you, eh?
Jago has to be like this.
Something that
If
work
we
for
agree,
Nigerians. We are not here to throw punch at each other.
I don't know about that. Me, I'm speaking my own.
Forefathers, wait. By my research, I found out that the insecurity in Nigeria is multifaceted. It's like where there is lawlessness, a lot of criminal gangs, but the from every level, from every department is rising, and it has a political wing as well. That some people who want to go into politics may not have enough money, and they have boys on the ground doing stuff for them to harness money for them to put into politics. But all the money stolen from Nigeria are not being used for politics. They use it for their families to send their children abroad. And then the banditry money, they use it to go and do election and want Nigerians to vote them. That's what I think. So the people who are furnishing these foot soldiers to go and do banditry for them, who are young people and kids, are working for some mafia people. And until the head of the snake is being, removed, it will not solve any problem. When the youngsters are being caught, they will be punished, but they can go and recruit more people, more foot soldiers for them on the ground. And this thing is like a circle. And Nigeria will be overrun because lawlessness is business for these top people who are doing this banditry stuff because they're earning money from it. They may be in your politics, they may be in your military, they may be in government. We don't know, but I'm sure there is something like that. Otherwise, tell me how bandits can roam freely, do whatever and give order from a bank account in another country and threaten the country to change its law because of something if they don't have power? How is that possible? Who is giving them power? Who is behind them? Who is backing them? What's making a dog to bark? There's something there. So we need to look closer to the people that matter in that country, because I can assure you, if government of Nigeria really wants to deal with these people, it won't take more than a month and they'll be all gone. But if they are not doing anything about it, it's questionable.
But why? How can it be 1 month to take care of something that superpower like Israel and this thing could not deal with? Yeah. The terrorism is a specific type of problem. It's not even that hard to solve. I don't know why we look at this thing as if it's so hard.
Imagine your current statement. You know that you said two things that are opposed. Firstly,
Yes.
you said, so you are aware that you said, firstly, how can it take a month? And then you said it's easy. You're a funny guy, man.
No, because the approach is whenever they say the government can solve it the way it is right now, that is the one. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like trying to wash people with water and not expect them to get wet.
Okay, somehow. I won't even tell you. Before I tell you, let me ask you a question. Do you think that Nnamdi Kanu being in prison or found guilty for whatever, and now he's in prison for life, is a correct guilty statement for that individual?
The bandits are giving bank accounts.
For me, the law has already taken its course, but in an ideal nation, any individual that threatens the state, that incites violence, they tend to answer for it. If you do that in the Western country, you are going to answer for it.
Very good. Very, very good. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, for all his faults, has been present. Whilst he may have escaped Nigeria for a while and foolishly come back into Africa, already knowing that Nigeria will be at his back, he has stood up in everybody's sight. We can all see him clearly going to court every day in the same clothes and becoming a frustrated individual before he was sentenced. Everybody else that we know should be in that prison is running behind any kind of cover in order not to be picked up and brought to justice. And even further than that, they have been given protection. Further than that, they have been allowed by said politicians to roam around the country creating havoc. Is Nigeria a correct place? It's not. For me, I don't like Nnamdi. It's not. I'll take that back. It's not that I don't like him, because I understand his frustrations. I don't like the way he went about his thing. I don't like it at all. Having said that, I don't see him as a terrorist. I don't see him as a killer. You know, I don't have any proof of that. You know, you may, but I don't. And I don't know who does. What I do see,
that he has incited violence.
I don't see him as a killer. What I do see is that there are people being killed in Nigeria on a daily basis. And as such, there are people who are actually doing this killing. The people who are doing this killing are somewhat known within the communities that they come from, that they hail from. So, you know, for the Nigerian government to have enough information as to where they actually are, as has been said, they've been paid ransom into some level of account. Even if they've been paid cash, it means that you're handing cash over to somebody. None of this is being followed up. And it's not being followed up because it's not about to be followed up. But you somehow believe that Nigeria is a structured country where you can tell people who don't want to listen to you to arm more individuals into the army. These things don't add up to me. It doesn't add up like a conscious thinking.
Don't worry. One thing I can assure you is if this solution that I'm recommending doesn't get done, our insecurity will, when I say will, it will never end. Even if the terrorists decide to return
that's
to the
not
state,
rocket science, bro.
let me finish. Even
Yeah,
if
but
the
that's the
terrorists,
easy thing, isn't it, to say?
no, but
You don't have to show me of that.
okay, fine. But that's what I'm saying. My point is that if you want to solve the problem one way or other, it has to involve increasing personnel on the ground. State police, if they can do it in a way that increase the personnel on the ground, it will solve the problem. One way or the other, that solution still fundamental still needs to be fulfilled. Otherwise, you said it yourself that the Nigerian government know the terrorists, as if that is a breaking news. Hamas, everybody knows Hamas, and everybody knows where Hamas is. I don't know why we don't use this information. They know where Hamas is, but they can't get rid of them. Why is that the case? If that is impossible for such a ruthless country to do, what makes you think Nigeria, where people are busy talking about repentant bandits, will be able to do it?
Yeah, but forefathers, who created the organization of Hamas in the first place? So how are they going to get rid of them if they are not going? They are there to serve a purpose.
How about Hezbollah? Hezbollah is there to serve a purpose.
All of them too. They are there to serve a purpose.
So if Al-Qaeda is there to serve a purpose, what makes you think that the one in Nigeria is not there to serve a purpose?
Absolutely.
Exactly. The forces at play uses the fact that you don't have enough people to take care of the terrorists to operate in your territory. And the same thing is happening with the Sahel nations too. Until to be fair to them, they are trying to increase the size of their standing this military too, but they've not even gotten remotely close to not even one North African country, not one. As a matter of fact, Egypt has more soldiers than Nigeria, Benin Republic, Burkina Faso, and Mali put together. One country, Egypt, has more. Why? Why is that the case?
Let me just chip this in for all of you, for people that like to insult people who come to the panel on the chat session. Just this message is for you. Last time I came, it was the last time I ever read any chat. As I've been here today, I've not even read the chat. I'm not being petty. Just to let you know, whatever negative thing you will type there, I ain't gonna see it, darling. Okay, thank you.
Well, this ruffle chat. You see, can you guys contribute to the show? Because Dr. Damage but I hope you guys are liking and subscribing and sharing. This is very important to keep the channel going. Like, share, and subscribe, as they say. All these people in the chat like to attack people and insult people. That's all they are good at. Makeleri, I can see you.
They know how to cough. I can't read your comments.
That like to insult. They come here and insulting us left and right. So let's see what other information, because the general that died was the reason why we started talking about insecurity issues. Now I think we can move to this prodigal's son or child, or I don't even know anymore of the Africa, the South African situation. I really like the fact that Ojukwu is now the foreign minister. It's always been an important thing, because I feel like when Abike Dabiri was the front runner talking on behalf of Nigeria, she didn't do a good job of it. To be fair, to me, she tried, but she's done a lousy job. The way Ojukwu is tackling the issue, I feel like she's coming across more, she's leaning forward. So recently, she was talking about how Nigeria is annoyed with South Africa, that Nigerian government are ready to take measures to counter what South Africans are doing. So I learned recently that Nigerian government actually denied a South African company monopoly in the way MTN. I think when you gift somebody data or borrow data, the company that handles it, that is based in South Africa, is not even here. They are making hundreds of millions, maybe even $1 billion every year from that contract. The Nigerian government has opened it up to Nigerian companies to compete in that market too. So you can see that they are actually reacting, doing things to deal with this South African wahala. And the South African people too, they are cancelling their concerts. The musicians, if they want to go overseas, to go and check their backside in Africa, which Africans are their market too. It's how that country is. Most of the business they make money from overseas is from Africa. So now Africans are beginning to cancel them. Africans are supporting any football team that is playing against South Africa. So many people are arguing that South Africans have been conditioned to do this. I think AY shared some information with me about what happened in South Africa, where Nigerians, so fellow Nigerians are going there selling drugs to South African children and family members. That 400,000 South Africans take heroin every day in South Africa, and that those drugs are provided to them by majority, that's most of the overrepresented by Nigerians. So that's why they tend to target Nigerians. So I don't know how I think for me, in my mind, I'm going to think that both sides have a point on why they are behaving the way they are behaving, but they shouldn't have been attacking innocent people. I don't know what you make of it. We are now trying to punish South Africa. I don't know. Our leader just failing on this one too, because how is it that they allow our own fellow Nigerians to go to South Africa and get their people drug addicted? 400,000, and those 400,000 people have family members that they rely on, and they are going to pull those family members down with just heroin alone. We're not talking about other drug, cocaine, and all the other things that are going on, or prostitution. So what do you guys suggest that we as Africans need to do to take responsibility for our own actions that resulted in what South Africa is going through now? Because I don't think this is only one-sided. It's like we too have contributed to the situation that has occurred in South Africa right now. So I don't know what you make of it, Jaguar. I'm sure AY has dealt with this, talked about this before. So Jaguar, what do you make of it? Where do we take our own responsibility for why the South Africans are reacting the way they are reacting? 400,000 heroin takers.
If you don't mind, forefathers, I will speak in turn about this, but I will point out one thing, not to do with the question you asked. The question you asked is very good. I'm pointing at the comment from McAnally, Mark Eneley. I think his point is fantastic. I don't know if you can look at it because it's real, and it's for you, my best girlfriend, Insimiri. You see, it's not good not to follow rules, and I know how I'm looked upon on this channel, like a rule breaker. And I always say that I behave the way I behave largely because of the instruction of the host and how he or she hosts the program. It is not good for us to come on this channel and command that I'm not going to put my camera on. It's not good because you're a woman or whatever. It's not good enough. You know, this show says everybody should put their camera on. That's what the show said. Yet somebody will come on and just ignore that rule, don't care about what anybody else. It's not fair. This is why Nigeria is in the state it's in. This is why. It's because people believe that they're more than the law. Why haven't you got your camera on? For real.
Okay.
Because you're more than the law as far as you're concerned.
I think because
man, it's not good enough, Joe. It's not good enough.
For Dr. Damage's session. For if forefathers don't like it, he's the host of the show. Respectfully,
okay,
and you're
arguing a case that is unarguable. It's only the women that come on the show and do this. That funny woman, Adana, she would do the same. Where she would have a whole show where she breaks all the rules and believes everything is okay. Ridiculous.
But I can wear gloves too. So,
it's ridiculous, so I don't know what you have to say about it.
Respectfully, sir, if forefathers say
so only forefathers can quote the law.
Camera on or show my face, my ugly face, I'll be showing it, darling. Okay.
I see.
If he doesn't, darling,
I think
that's why I directed my question to him, even though it's about you.
Let me just clarify. Let me clarify this, please. See, the women's show on this platform, they've given them the privilege of coming on without a camera already. And I to extended it to my channel. Who would I be if I insist that women have to put their camera on all the time?
You'd be a man for once. You'd be a man. You'd be a man instead of being a slithering creature.
You're not being very kind.
Okay.
You're not being very kind.
I'm answering your question. You asked a question, I answered it.
My
It's not
point
about
is,
kindness.
my point is that we have to give some difference because we are not the same as women, and the platform has already given women a pass on this matter. And besides, we know who she is. It's not like she's a new person that we just brought her in because a woman, no camera on. We know who she is.
But when she shows her face, look how bright and lovely she is. Why should she show it?
That's all he's after. That's all.
Father, let me tell you, Jago is not even interested in. Jago is just interested.
I don't know why you're calling my name, self. I don't know. You and me are not related anymore. I cut you off. I cut you off, bro. You have no reason to call my name. I don't call your name again. You don't seem to appreciate that.
You don't worry.
Be quiet, man. I'm not talking to you about anything. Bruh, I know they talk to people that can call me bastard. I'm not in it.
Call you bastard. Come on.
You did it, you freak.
Like that. Jago, don't let anyone get on your case.
I don't know why Jago like fighting.
Why you it's not fighting?
I'm a peaceful person. You should know by now. Except you fight me.
That's why I don't
you need to use words accurately. You know me, I'm a man of words.
Sincerely, that was
so I hear words very well.
You know I don't even insult people. You know that. Except you push me to the wall.
I see you're pushed.
That was a big error. That was a big error on my side.
I don't know about that. That's up to you. You choose your own words.
Okay. You are you use all the evil words in the dictionary of people.
At least I don't swear at people.
Today alone, you've used only God know how many words you use on forefather.
And forefather he owns all of the words I use.
Do you want me to keep my face showing, or am I allowed?
No. I think you're okay. You're okay as you are.
You see how you are shining. You don't want your shine to come out. See Ify now with glorious afro, showing us beauty. I enjoy beauty now.
I don't like polygamy, so I'm hiding my
And you don't like polygamists.
Where Najago, you know, Father like natural hair. So now, if he is keeping to that room, if he is keeping to that room, no artificial.
Oh my God, who is that has contributed to the channel? Oh, look at that. Somebody has contributed to the channel.
God Almighty.
Jago wanted to see pretty eyes.
Jago is polygamous. I only want to do you. If he don't do you, now I'm for you, sir.
The moment he saw her face, he started smiling. Jago, you're mischievous.
Jago like beautiful women.
I tell you. Okay. What is going on with NDC? Okay, they are trying to make them sign so that they don't hop parties when they finish the election. So they are worried that is going to create another problem for NDC moving forward. Maybe because if they try to force their members to sign a non-defection kind of agreement, that it could lead to it contradicting with electoral law. I don't know what you know about it, AY, so that you can give us more information about it. I'm not sure what that is all about. That is dangerous, that it might lead to NDC getting deregistered.
Can you repeat what you said, actually?
Yeah, they are trying to make NDC members sign a non-defection this a clause or agreement so that they don't defect. You know how Nigerians.
Yeah, the reason they're doing that. So the reason they're doing that, they don't want what happened in Labour Party with Peter Obi to happen again, right? So in situation where people just like come into the party and they use the popularity of Peter Obi to win elections, then they decap to other party after winning election, and they don't even respect the party, they don't follow party rules. So what NDC tried to do, they try to stop those defections. But in the research, I don't think you can really stop it, because we have laws that have actually stopped inter-party defection already. But when there is crisis, they look for the loopholes. When there is crisis in the party, they are able to defect. So the highest, the worst you will do, you go to court and tell them, okay, you are going to fulfill your seat for defecting from this political party. So are they able to do that? So for me, I think it's a welcome development, but who is going to honor it anyway? How are you going to implement it? This is where the problem is going to come from. It's a way to go, because I really expect, that's why some of us were blaming Peter Obi. Peter Obi was supposed to show that leadership, like, if those that defected from Labour Party, tell the party to charge them to court. At least go and try. They should try their luck in court and see if they can make them to fulfill their seat. Because a lot of senators, a lot of rep members, a lot of House of Assembly that won election of that Labour Party, I'm sure, if not 100%, they all defected to other political parties. So that's what the NDC, they tried to stop. But they excluded Peter Obi and Kwankwaso from such agreement. But every other person coming as senator, rep, all other positions, you have to sign that agreement. I mean, I think it's still a welcome development.
You see why they are doing it? You see why they are doing it? Because you know what I said last week or so about, not last week, last 2 weeks, about the NDC members now are going to use P2B as a special purpose vehicle to get into office.
Yeah, exactly.
They can just switch parties. You see
Yes.
what I mean? And
Yes.
I think that's why these people want to put a block.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
if they make it into office, the members cannot move anywhere. They're stuck with the party.
Yeah. You know, because of the influence of Peter Obi in 2023 election, a lot of people won election that you didn't even expect them to win election. For example, in Edo State, the senator from Edo South was not known to anybody. He was not even a politician. So he just bought a form, and because of the Peter Obi wave, he won the election. There was a Okada driver in Kaduna that won election because of Peter Obi influence. In the Southeast, a lot of politicians won election because of Peter Obi. They all defected. So they try to prevent that, because if Obi starts his campaign and is able to gather that momentum, a lot of they will still win a lot of seats, right? So they try to prevent those people from moving to other political parties. But however, the big problem is our political parties, they lack ideology. This is problem number one. If you ask NDC, what's the ideology? Nothing. APC, same. PDP, same. So it's basically more like they are all the same team. They are just jumping around. They are just moving around. The party don't even respect the law. All of them are corrupt in position of candidate. NDC are doing same. APC are doing same. PDP are doing same. All other political parties are doing same. So I don't know. Nigeria is a bit frustrated. It's scary in such a way that even the people you trust, sometimes you begin to doubt them. If they come into power, what are they gonna do? So no party have really shown leadership. Even in this primary, ADC, APC, other parties, same thing, position of candidate. It's a major problem. That problem number one.
You know, there was something somebody told me about this defection issue. That in the states, the state, let's say a state now, a state governor says, "Hey, I'm switching to APC." So all the people down ticket and the party members, most of them will switch to APC. And I was like, why do they do that? Is it because they don't have ideology? That's why they do that. The person was trying to argue that they have ideology. I said, then if you have ideology, then why do you shift? Because if a church was, they had a referendum in a church, and the referendum decides that it's going to convert to Islam and says the church members should convert to Islam, they are not going to convert to Islam because there's an ideology there. There's a religion there. They will not convert.
Yeah.
So, but in the case of Nigeria, a leader says, let's go this direction, everybody just follows. And there's zero ideology.
Yeah, in fact, don't even go to religion. If, for example, in America, the Democrat and the Republican, they have clear ideology. That's why you hardly see a Republican defecting to Democrat or a Democrat. It's not common.
Yeah, very rare.
Because if they tell you, for example, somebody is a Democrat, you will know some of the T's. That's what they are standing for. That's what they are known for. If they tell you somebody is a Republican, you know his position on some issues. There are issues that will not be too clear, but majority of the issues, they are quite clear that this is the position of Republican, this is the position of Democrat. It's just like if you measure LGBTQ, Republican, everybody know they are LGBTQ. They don't mess around with it. They tell you no. So Democrat, they are the leaders of that group. So it's just in Nigeria, it's anywhere belefe. So we have a lot of hungry politicians. Most of these people, for example, they don't have business address, they don't have office address. You cannot just sit there and say you are a politician. What is really scary now is this. The rate at which politicians are selling their houses. A friend was telling me in Abuja, you would be amazed, man. So they go sell their houses, spend a lot of money to win the election. When they come in, what do you expect them to do? They actually spend a lot of money, even for you to win House of Rep member election in Nigeria. They spend a lot because their expectation is like it's an investment. They need to get return. This is a major problem. So if anybody we still need electoral reform, very strong one, holistic.
Yeah, I think this idea of anti-defection, if you win a seat in a party, you shouldn't be allowed to take that seat from the party and move to another party. I think because of the way Nigeria is, they should really stop that, because it's killing some parties.
Here is the problem. They made a law that you cannot defect. They now put exception, except there is crisis in the party. Nigerians, you know, they will even create crisis because they want to defect.
That's how they said
it's just like, let me say this, just like when we were discussing electoral transmission of results. There was a loophole. It said, okay, like it's not mandatory. In the case you are giving Nigeria a loophole to cheat, make transmission of result mandatory. Any result that is not transmitted within so time is not avoid.
Exactly.
Period. The moment you make, if they will use that clause to go and do what they want to do, how are you going to prove it, though? How are you going to prove it? They will tell you they don't have network. How are you going to prove it? There was no network for them to transmit results. So making mandatory, they will look for the network. It doesn't matter anymore. If you don't transmit result to the center within so time, the election that polling unit is not avoid. Cancel the election.
Yeah, they will have to start.
They will sit up. But you see Nigeria, you see some of them that were arguing that no result must be result. No, it doesn't matter. Some of them that were against it. I tell you, because probably they have people in power. If those people are not in power tomorrow, you will see them. They will start crying. They will change. The politicians that are in power today that went against that law, just wait. The next 4 years, they will start crying. This is what happened in Nigeria. It's a cycle. Do things to benefit everybody. No, they will not do it. Do the right thing so that everybody can benefit, but they will not do it. They will do it to protect their interests. It's a problem.
Forefather, I don't know if you can ask the question again that you asked before I spoke about the issue of non-camera, because this level is too boring for me. It really is. And I can't talk about rubbish Nigerian politics. It's just rubbish. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know how we can make sense of it.
Talk about South Africa.
You asked about South Africa before somehow we went back to Nigeria.
I did ask about South Africa regarding whether we have to take some responsibility in inflicting some of the ills in their societies that has led to this blowback from them.
Good question. As you said earlier, our Mrs. Ojukwu, I like how she speaks. I like how she presents herself. And I like how she's able to answer questions and go to the subject and tackle it. It's unfortunate that her boss is Tinubu, because it seems like somebody like her there are politicians like her that can really tackle, especially on an international level. But they have Tinubu as their boss, so you can never trust necessarily what they're saying. There were a question about those Nigerians who have 100 and odd of them who came back on the first flight, that they were trying to arrange things for them in terms of housing, in terms of how to relocate back to Nigeria, in terms of how much money they are able to bring back from their homes, which is again something that underlines the problem with what James had to say about we should just leave. And that other guy, what's his name? Strange guy, Kristen, where he just speaks without thinking. Where Nigerians should leave. It's good that they told them to leave and leave, as though they haven't built up some level of wealth there that needs transferring before they come. And, James leaving South Africa, nobody pushed him out. He left of his own volition. So, his references were totally rubbish. I don't care his age. I do like the gentleman, but it doesn't matter who's talking rubbish, or I would underline that they're talking rubbish. You know that already. So that's one. Secondly, ourselves now, Nigerians. I remember when Nigerians in the 80s first started to come into this country in a great swell. Right? They were a disgraceful bunch. They were a disgraceful bunch. They didn't know how to behave amongst certain people. And I was pleased to see them because, I was a minority in this country, a minority of a minority. And standing up as a Nigerian, as many of us who were here in the 60s and 70s used to have to stand up by ourselves. And when I say stand up, I mean against our Jamaican and Caribbean brothers and sisters. We stood up, but we were a direct minority. In my area, there was about 3 of us in an area that had about 200,000 Jamu. You understand? That was the ratio. So I know that Nigerians cause problems wherever they go. They can't help smelling. One of the issues that the Jamaicans had with Nigerians was our cooking. It took a long time for them to even taste our beautiful cuisine, because we would just be cooking shaki anyhow, stinking and oggy. When we used to do that, the whole house was stinking, man. It wasn't easy. So holding on down all these are just small issues. Then the issue of criminality that Nigerians were doing. I told you, once I had a friend. He's my cousin. I was gonna say friend, but he's my cousin. And he saw me going to the cash point. And then I finished. He said, come. I was right next to him. He said I should come like this. I said, how much closer do you want me to get now? He said, did you just go to that wall? This is what he saw. Did you go to that wall and collect money? That's what he asked me. I said, it's a cash point machine and it operates like this. Do you know, within about 2 months, that guy became an expert, I don't know, 419ist with credit cards. And he was just making man. The money that guy made from this thing, they were just seeing opportunities that people like me and you wouldn't see necessarily, So there was a time that on the news, Nigerians, 10 Nigerians were caught today with frauding out a nursing home. There was a Nigerian who has he has 5 different passports, and he's collecting money from the Social Security worth 100,000 per XYZ. This was the news that we were collecting. So that's South Africa. With the amount of Nigerians that went down there, I know, when they come reports, we know what they're doing. The same in America, the same anywhere. And they made their money through certain levels of crime before they settled down in these nations. Right now, Nigerians are well positioned in this country, well positioned in America. They don't do as much of that level of criminality again. So with South Africa being a fresh country for many of them, and with the South Africans not really understanding or knowing who the rest of Africa are because they were so insular in their own countries, Nigerians would have been a shock. Nigerians generally would have, if we were to tell ourselves the truth, Nigerians would have been a shock in these societies.
Are
So
you
it's
aware?
something
Are you aware that the South African population that are overseas make up about 1.6% of the population, while that of Nigeria is 1%. So in reality, South Africans travel out of their country at a higher rate than Nigerians.
per population, you're talking about 57 million against 230 million.
The rate is what matters in the sense that if they keep saying, one of the things they tend to say is that they stay in their country, they don't travel. But if you are traveling at
I can tell you that the majority of those South Africans that have left are Oyimbos.
That's exactly what I thought you were going to say. And I suspect so too. I actually suspect so. Maybe that explains why
many of them left, or many of them left when apartheid. I remember the time apartheid finished. In my office, within about 2 weeks, there were 2 South Africans working in my office back in the 80s. 2. And I remember them very, very clearly in terms of how they used to communicate with me. They used to communicate with me as though apartheid never happened. And I used to have to remind them that we've been watching the news, or we've been watching you people. Yeah, these things happen, but this, that. I said, listen, I'm not your enemy, but guaranteed I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend. Yeah, so I did deal with these people. The thing is, South Africa.
What he did now is that he didn't show any sense of pointing out that what Nigerians were doing to them was not good, and that they
Nigerians weren't really there at that time, or not there in the numbers that we are now.
Yeah, but if Nigerians are responsible for dealing most of the drugs to them, and you have 400,000,
all of those people were on drugs. Look, South Africa is not. South Africa is the most Western country in the whole of Africa. Western in the fact that they have Western problems. They've had a drug problem in South Africa way before.
Some of them are very young, though. Some of them are very young.
No. You see, if you go to South Africa and you go amongst the so-called colored and their arena, they are deeply drug infested to the point that they used to rape children.
Be careful with the language, please.
I'm sorry, because of the stupid that they were in. The level of their degradation of soul and spirit was deep. I used to mention that these people are no longer African. They're no longer African. You see, when I look at my parents and what they came with and what they handed down to us, well, those people, they didn't have anything to do with drugs. It was very few of them. And when I say drugs, I mean hard drugs. They didn't even have anything to do with marijuana, largely. The people that dealt with marijuana, we knew them. We knew who they were, and there were few. You understand? But when I speak about South African drug problem, it's past marijuana is second something. It's all the other drugs that they're on. All the other drugs they're on it.
This is why you remember that BBC documentary where that lady was saying she hates foreigners. That she was saying it with such a passion.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think when you take into account 400,000 are popping heroin every day in South Africa, and there's drug traffic, there's other forms of this in human trafficking, prostitutions, name it. You can see why that a country that helped South Africa gain independence suddenly produced a lot of people that are also the face of drugs to their children.
Yes.
A lot of families getting devastated.
There is no proof, is it? There is no evidence. I know,
but there is proof, though, that Nigerians are the ones doing it.
One moment. I know that
No,
Nigerians
bro, you
are not
shouldn't look at
the
that. Nigerians are not the only ones doing that thing.
Nigerians.
They, they've
If
just
I may
come in
say
there.
something, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, I do not believe that Nigerians are the only kingpins. They are the only sellers of drugs. All crime goes beyond nationalities. They go beyond skin colors. They go beyond ages and all sorts. I do believe that if a government fails, its people can fall into cracks of different types of criminality all over the world, including Nigeria and South Africa. And when you ask the white Africans regarding this Dudula and the Jacinta thing, their own perspectives will even throw more light, deeper light, that the problem is actually is deeper than what we're seeing on the news, than what is happening. A country so torn apart, apartheid never left. And I saw one video, one African asking a question, asking questions, and he was asking, he says, Black South Africans, apartheid, you said you were fighting apartheid, but the lands taken from you by the whites, you are not still free. You don't have those lands. You said you survived apartheid. Apartheid was your problem, but we have not been in power for a very long time, and you have run the country to the ground, and you're blaming foreigners. So he preferred, and you said you fought apartheid to gain freedom, and then now you're doing the same, giving such the same vibes of apartheid towards people that look like you, your own black kind of people like yourselves. So what's the difference between what we did? They see the way they think. So there's a large, huge discrepancy and divide between them. And he's saying, I'm not, whether you munch the foreigners or not, it's not my business. But he prefers apartheid. You see his mindset? So I'm thinking, who is sponsoring these match and match things that are happening? So when a body is rotten, the head is part of it. So who are those big masters that are selling or cooking those drugs? The top people, not the middle people or the lowest people that are selling it, because people that are selling it are not just Nigerians.
Let me preface.
Only people in South Africa. You understand? So I believe that something it's happening in South Africa and is deeper than we think. And even some Americans now, some FBAs are leaning into this issue that is happening, and even giving a stronger support to these Dudula movements to drive their own brothers, and even invited some of them online to come and speak. I'm seeing that this is a business opportunity. Drive away your brothers who are Africans, and some maybe Black Americans, the FBAs can come and invest in those areas. It's clearing the dust, and then we, after the Africans, the brown, and then the African diasporas, whether they come in the form of FBAs, having businesses in these areas where people have chasing their brothers away. But can the Black South Africans get educated and leave drinking? Because this white person said that in the afternoon time you will see all of them drinking. When they finish drinking, the women will take men home and sleep with men whilst their children was in the same room there. He was saying that, and then said, stop blaming foreigners, because a system that does not work, a system that does not create a crack for criminalities, you cannot scapegoat people, because you cannot face your problems that is standing right in front of you.
Wow. Let
So
me
now
play this video.
1 minute. Let me just round off. I remember one American, I think his FBA, was now leaning his voice. He was saying that how is it possible that Black South Africans are asking the foreigners who are criminals or illegal to leave their country, and then they are attacking the whole Africa, like the Mexico and South Africa football and the booing. You're attacking South Africa, that is one of the most mineral richest countries in a country in Africa. And when I made my research, the South African mineral resources are embedded deep into the soil. You have to spend a lot of money to get those rare earth deep down. And they've been mining this since the apartheid, a long time when those people came, those foreigners came. They've been mining all the resources and using it to build themselves. Like unlike Nigerians, one we mining is just surface stuff. We have a lot of mineral resources. Doesn't mean that South Africa is the richest mineral resource in the whole of Africa, making their Black South Africans think that they are white. They are fooling themselves. They will look at an African and say, "This is my brother," and you Abahambe. They are trying to create a rainbow nation, and then the African is saying they don't know you, and they are seceding. They want their own country in a Cape Town. So how is it going to work? So I'm saying with this voice now that Nigeria should not do what South Africa is doing, because by my research, they have a lot of environmental disasters because of so much of mining deep down the earth. You're disturbing the tectonic plates, and when they move, they are shifting and causing havoc, tsunamis and stuff like that.
That's why
Goldfields,
which is a South African company, that's why they're in Ghana.
Yes.
Because right now Ghana is the richest gold in Africa in terms of export.
They love mining, everything mineable, but they're destroying Ghana. So I'm saying for Nigeria, we should not go that route, because maybe in the next 100 years, they will not be able to mine again. Then they'll be going around the whole of Africa to start mining everywhere and causing disaster.
Well, the fact of the matter is that all the gold, the majority, not all, the majority of the gold in the world is what came out of East and West Africa, in terms of the Mali Empire back in the day, and the gold that was being traded through Egypt, through the Eastern African duct. That gold is still the majority of the gold that is being traded around the world today. So it's not
let me just quickly share this video before we round up. Before you round up, let me just share the video before you round up. Before we also round up, because I think we are well over 3 hours.
You know, this young lady disturbed me from finishing what I was saying. I think you know that.
Let's see.
Woman, then he goes and does something like this. And then he goes and speaks to a black woman like this.
Sorry. Suguma suka la. Awunayo indoda uyabonakala suka nje. Suka. Ungwala kwamaxa uhlulwa ukuhlonipha ngoba usebenzela uhulumeni unephezali imali awunayo kodwa. Unespayslip kuphela. Abantu abane-payslip basihlupha.
And then I must call you king. Nah. Kubitse king nah.
So the idea is that he attacks black people, but worships Europeans, and this is where most people have an issue with.
Was that the same man?
The same man, man that is leading the South African Zulus to go after migrants. That is doing that, and he doesn't even treat his own South African women well. He would rather these Europeans, he gives better treatment than the black distinct people. So you can see that this is what a lot of people don't like about the way they approach it. And then the vigilante actions too, where even innocent people that are actually doing business, creating business too for, creating employment for South Africans, they still chase them out anyway. This is how ugly the situation is. And it's a very, very painful experience. And it shows you what happens when bad leadership doesn't do what they're supposed to do, because you can understand their anger, but you can also understand the fact that you can't just keep persecuting innocent people and taking law into your own hands. This is the tragedy of bad leadership.
You see, there, but there is also wait, madam, please don't do that to me a second time, please.
And they said, "Is that you?"
Madam, don't do it to me a second time now. I'm speaking. You know, we can't even see when you're about to approach. You are just coming from the dark, as it were. If you may just allow me to land. What I'm trying to put to us is that South Africans are no longer Africans. They lost their culture and pride during the years of the white oppression they suffered under apartheid. We have to be in the understanding that apartheid only started in the 1940s. It wasn't before that. Prior to that, it wasn't apartheid as we see today. It was run by the English, and then it was run by the Boers when the English kind of left. So they now had to emancipate themselves. You see this girl, she's gone because she didn't want to wait. They were now emancipating themselves from the Boers. So now they did that with Nelson Mandela being set free. With all this happening, they lost their identity. I was following the whole thing prior to apartheid finishing and when Nelson Mandela got out of prison. And the difference in between these times showed me how they got rid of their real depth of African culture. And then there will be an identity crisis within South Africa, as we are seeing. As indeed, we just have to look at the United States of America and its whole history in terms of slavery, Jim Crow, and then the rights, the human rights that they were able to achieve. Now, that whole history gives you a timeline of their oppression and of their proximity to the white European culture. They basically lost themselves for an awfully long time. And when I look at the FBA situation, they haven't completely rid themselves of their whiteness. And they're not going to do it. Unlike we in the UK, who are first and second generation right now, we belong to either African, largely West African, or Caribbean heritage. There's nobody that's from nowhere. This is largely our heritage. Those black people that have been here since the 18th, 19th century, you can see a lot of them in Bristol and Liverpool, particularly Newcastle as well, to a certain extent, where they're very, very light-skinned, even almost white, that you can see that they are coming from a black context, but it's from an awfully long time ago. And they are almost a different peoples altogether compared to us who have come here since the 1940s come up. So me observing these differences of the types of Africans that are across the world, when I looked upon the South Africans, I knew that they were going to go through this kind of thing. Firstly, they've been confused in their own country, where they're calling what in America, the so-called colored that they have in the mixed race that they have in America is quite different from the mixed race that they have in South Africa, even though it's the same connotation, the same heritage, but they have been seen differently because the white people are the ones who create these subcultures. So, you know, when the FBA call black Africans, they call us tethers. I've told them several times that they are the tethers, that I can't be a tether because I don't tether myself to any black American. I'm a Nigerian. And you tether yourself to the white people. That's your tethering. You seem to be telling me that you're an FBA, a foundational Black American, in order to separate yourself from me. That is your issue. And this is why you can't take me on this subject, forefather. I know it too well. I've been here too long. I just know it too well. You have recently got to find out so much of your own education from the Americans. I can hear it, but it's recent for you. For me, it's not recent. For me, it's been since I was 6 years old. I've understood these differences, and these differences are real. The thing is, we in Africa, largely, apart from the way we hold ourselves as a community, unfortunately, we don't necessarily have a prism, a direction, an understanding for which to galvanize our people. We don't. We stand as individuals, we go where we can, we do what we can. As long as the light switch is able to turn on, we're on our own and we're going for it because we're educated in that way. Most Nigerians aren't educated for the Nigerian environment. They're actually educated for the Western environment, which is why when Nigerians come to the West, they are able to forge ahead. And the fight that the Black indigents of these countries, the fight that they have had in America for 400 years, in the UK for 2 generations, people like Kemi Badenoch don't understand that fight. They don't understand it. It's got nothing to do with them because they didn't fight that fight. I did. I was here. Kevin Badenoch speaking a lot of rubbish all day long for the white people. She's not speaking for me. She's not speaking for people like me. And she would never be trusted. So I need us to understand these differences in the identities that we have. Because me, whilst I'm not necessarily like a Nigerian, and you would hear me and think I'm pretty cool, I'm closer to the Nigerian aspect, the original, or what the Nigerian probably should be, than I am to this country. There are people who stand out on this platform.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for joining me. It's very rare I'm able to say ladies and gentlemen on the platform, and equal representation on both sides. I think this is becoming a unique.
Are you a hermaphrodite?
Oh, look at that. I can't welcome myself now. That would be too confusing.
You put yourself every other time.
Forefathers.
Yes. Yes.
You didn't let me land my point before you were saying bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Land your point so that we can round up.
Okay. So I want to say that if any of the officials in Nigeria in power are listening, I would suggest, it may be a silly suggestion, but I do believe that they should look at all the countries that done a lot of mining that has caused environmental disasters for their children, and birth defects, health problems, and learn from them that you don't always have to disrespect your soil, your earth, destabilize that harmony and that balance of the what's it called, that chain that is supposed to be in balance by overmining, going deep down just for wealth. When we have lands for agriculture, just deal with the insecurity so that the food basket of Nigeria and other places in Nigeria can invest in agriculture to produce good food from our seeds, no GMO. We can keep our resources and say, hell no, we are not going to be selling ourselves for shillings, and say, for now, let's focus on dealing with insecurities, agriculture, create hubs for technology and engineering, use our brain power to develop Nigeria than digging too much. And then in the future, we can now decide how to mine safely and sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you. You're muted. I'm talking to you, forefather. You are muted.
Thank you for that, Jack. Jago now and again does mean solid. That is a solid there. Thank you. Thank you. Afam 2474 Afam. Thank you for joining us. Obino, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Kenry Bar, see you there. Quinty A, thank you for joining us. I think was it Oscar Blackbone that contributed. Thank you for the contribution. Light B21 or B2I. Soji. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Guy Owalele, thank you for the donation. Canadian dollars is also welcome. Any dollars that are out there, is welcome here. Pounds, they're all welcome. Let's see, Hybrid 10. Why didn't you see Hybrid 10 there? Thank you for joining us. Hybrid 10. Pansat was also there, representing as always. Equity, Fairness, and Justice was also around. Thank you for joining us. Equity, Fairness, and Justice. And Adesina Jean. I see the Adesina Jean, A for Real, which is AY on the platform here. Thank you for joining us. And who else did I miss? Oh, there are two contributions actually. I missed. How did I do that? That wasn't nice. And I want to thank you for the second donations too. Yeah, another $2 Canadian. If his hair has, if his hair has quiet. Nice move. Oh, look at that. He said that quieted me. Ridiculous. All right. Hey, think that will quiet me.
What is it about hair, women's hair? What is it about this our hair that
it's the glory. Why are you asking that question? It's the glory of the.
What is it about our wig that you have problem with?
I want our women to take the glory for looking splendid instead of crediting it to foreigners, looking like foreigners. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Let's see. Okay, I think Oga is also there. Bakenelli, all of them that are present. I really appreciate when it is this simple. And two women on panel. It's not that easy to have two women on the panel, two men on the panel.
They both came because of me now. What do you mean?
Look at that. Yeah, you see, that's really good. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. And we're going to be discussing more and more. Because I will try to make it almost like to TED the news segment and one TED, because I think some of these other abstract conversations tend to be quite engaging. So I actually learned from those a lot. So I will try to be doing that, especially when we are going on longer sessions. That will be really good. Look at that. This is another Canadian dollar. Oh my God, the Canadians are very generous, These Americans, I don't understand them,
Trump economy is hitting everybody, so we don't have money in America.
All these Americans, I really don't understand them, man. I did see that, John. I see you with the Canadian $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the donation. That is very, very good. And we're going to be doing more of this. I really hope, hello, you can join us. If you always feel free to join us, because I think I enjoy when the balance is there. Jago doesn't go crazy. AY doesn't go after Jago as badly.
No, I don't go after Jago. Jago is my man, man. He's my man. Even if he dislikes me, it's okay. No problem.
I don't dislike anybody. I just give points. Minus points and plus points where they deserve.
It's okay, brother.
Yeah, thank you all. And until next time, we're going to see you later on tomorrow. And don't forget to join us.
Forefather, before you run, are you well? In terms of, normally you would continue the show for longer. I'm wondering about your energies. Are you?
No. I've been very, very busy, and currently I'm in Nigeria. You see, so.
Oh, really?
Get busy, yes. You see, this is one of my best trips.
It's not easy to have multiple
and I'm in a village. This is a Nigerian village that is better than Abuja's signal. Can you believe that?
You are in your village?
I'm in a village.
You can't even tell us where the village is. You can't even tell us where you are from.
Look at that.
You can't even tell us where you're from. You can't tell us where your village is.
My point
That's why we have to suspect him now. For all we know, he's playing with the C. He's being paid by CIA.
Oh my God, I'm being paid by anybody. Nobody's paying me anything.
Be careful.
See. So, but I mean, a village. What surprised me is that this session didn't break once. That is scary. And if you go to Abuja, you won't get good connection. Nigeria has ports of function. It's really weird. You can't even predict it. That's why I said when I went to the south the other time, I was a little bit shocked. Some of the development that I saw there, while other parts are just completely left floundering. And
is it the village of your APC contributor? Maybe that's why you have good internet.
I don't know why people say I relate to APC at all. Yeah, I lambast APC constantly, and but it is what it is. APC seems to be saying, "What am I going to do?" And yeah, so I will have a lot more things to say about some of my experiences in Nigeria, like that Bolt guy that I challenged. It turns out that the Bolt guy is highly educated. The Nigerians, they are hustlers, so highly educated and everything, and yet they keep behaving like that. But he decided that no, he's not going to do it that day because I questioned why he was doing it. You know, sometimes when you question people, then they remember that okay, they hate the same behavior. So he decided to come in instead of trying to get cash for payment for the boat, this in the service. And because I'm sure they are running boats at a loss in Nigeria right now because many of those drivers, they don't want to pay boat. It's fair, this in commission. But it's all right. We'll see. When they finish the boat, then InDrive takes over. There are different these in companies that are out there. So let me see. For others, greet Greet Osare Dokobo. What's wrong with you people? I'm not greeting Osare Dokobo. Yeah, people. Don't mind our fam that is telling me to greet Osare Dokobo. Funny enough, I'm about to play Opobo songs. So till this evening, when the damages return with the guests, I don't know who the guest name is, but feel free to join us. And then that would be interesting. I don't know why I tend to join those sessions actually. And bye everyone.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Patenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your mouth, Weba, Ide, we're on your baby. Come on, and your pano, yeah, I have a canoe, and I did it, yeah, you kill him, man, kill him, kill him, yeah, you kill him, yeah, you kill him.
Yego keliza kwa bati bobo do yibo watazia.